All right, good morning, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to call this meeting to order
Recording
at
in progress.
9 a.m. is Pledge of Allegiance. And thank you for joining us on a beautiful rainy day. Our first official order of business is election of the new chair and vice chair.
Madam Chair, Director Vasquez as chair.
Okay, we have a motion for Director Vasquez. Do I hear a second? Second, Director Hawes. Although, is there any discussion?
Any other nominations?
Or are there any other nominations?
Lorelei?
No. Okay, hearing no other nominations, is there any discussion? And do you accept, Barbara, if we go?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. Okay, and so we're going to go ahead and continue and nominate a vice chair.
Madam Chair, I'd like to
Director? Director
nominate
Combs?
Director Camblin. for
Thank
Vice Chair.
you. Director Camblin?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Director Combs and second by Director McLeod for nominating Director Camblin. Director Camblin, would you accept that?
I do.
Is there any other nominations? Hearing none, is there any discussion? Aye. Those opposed? Hearing none, congratulations. So we have a new chair and vice chair, so I am turning the meeting over to our new chair, Director Vasquez.
Confidence. I doubt I will be as punctual as our former chair. She's done a wonderful job, and I think we all ought to let her know how much we appreciate her work. To read the March board minutes. I review the agenda. Thank you so much. Are there any changes to the agenda? Approve the agenda as proposed. Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Director Ward, Director Cloud, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the board minutes? Information in our agenda regarding the upcoming board meetings, information only. July in the Gunnison Basin, September in the Colorado Basin in Frisco, and November back here in Denver. Agenda, I understand, John?
Madam Chair, I'd like to remove item 2A from the consent agenda and have it voted on separately because I will have to abstain from that vote.
Thank you. Modified by the removal of 2A, do I have a motion to approve? All in favor?
Aye.
is approved for boards. Two A,
Yeah, go
separately,
ahead,
I'm
go
so
ahead.
sorry. Okay. Is Reserve Fund grant for the Upper Gunnison River Water Conservancy District.
I would move to approve 2A.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, Director Wind. All in favor? Yes, John? Executive Director's report.
Sharon, congratulations
Thank you, Dan.
on this leadership role, as well as Vice Chair Camlin. Thank you for both of you for stepping up. And Director Cloud, really appreciate your leadership too. Over the past year, we've had some challenging and robust discussions, and where sometimes the audience was packed full of people and even kind of like a waiting room almost. And you chaired with great expertise and making sure that everyone's voices were heard. And I just really appreciate your leadership, especially during a unique, kind of challenging year with really important discussions that we had. So just thank you so much. Great to see you all here today in what do we call it, South Denver, I guess, kind of. And wonderful to have some of the moisture. I woke up this morning in Breckenridge and had a little bit of moisture, a little bit of snow, and grateful to have this little bit of moisture. We're, of course, still in this terrible historic drought, and I'm in meetings all the time where I talk about like, hey, just because we've had a little bit of moisture doesn't make up for the fact we've had the warmest daily temperatures, warmest weekly temperatures, warmest monthly temperatures, and historically worst snowpack in Colorado history. But I'll take the moisture when we can get it. So I want to give you all a update on some staffing. We're close to finalizing several staffing positions, including the head of the Director of Human Resources for the DNR. And so we'll be announcing that soon. We're also in the final stages of interviews for the Director of Legislative Affairs. So hope to be able to announce both of those here really soon. As a former legislator, I'm really happy to report the legislative session's over. And it's been a really challenging legislative session, and especially when you look at like the difficult budget year, and legislators had to really make some tough budget decisions. And but we, on the brighter note, like we really did have a pretty good year for the Department of Natural Resources. And I just want to highlight some of the bills that did pass. We had HB 1008 pass as the Outdoor Opportunities Act that really strengthens CPW's ability to provide high-quality visitor experiences while protecting natural resources, wildlife, working lands, and private property rights. This legislation will improve collaboration, planning, and management, and will really help advance Colorado's outdoor strategy. And I know you've heard me talk about that a little bit, but that's really the blueprint for bringing in climate change and climate resiliency and recreation and funding all together in one. And we're the only state that has a plan like this, which I think is really amazing. Of course, the annual water projects bill passed with bipartisan support. It included $380,000 to continue satellite snowpack monitoring, $2.5 million to continue critical weather forecasting efforts, and $5 million for watershed restoration and flood mitigation projects. Authorized $151.5 million loan to support the Halligan Water Supply Project, City of Fort Collins initiative that I think many of you are aware of. We saw HB 1342 pass. This bill gives CPW staff additional enforcement tools they need to help deter mismanagement of human attractants, specifically when folks are knowingly trying to lure bears in. And so that was, this particular bill was, came out of a recommendations from CPW's Human Bear Working Group. And so this passed with bipartisan support as well. And then our Species Conservation Trust Fund passed, and this is, I think you're probably aware, this is the annual bill that supports conservation efforts to help protect Colorado's native fish and wildlife species, also supports the state's compliance with federal environmental requirements. So this year's bill allocates $2.38 million for the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program and the San Juan River Basin Recovery Implementation Program, as well as funding for the Rio Grande habitat improvements, selenium research, and native wildlife conservation efforts. And then for our water-related long bill, we're able to secure a little over $200,000 cash fund and 1.7 FTE for CWCB's Water Plan Grant Program development support. So it was awesome to see that move forward. And then, and I also want to let you know, I mentioned earlier we're hiring for our legislative director. I think I may have previously mentioned, but I want to make sure you all knew that our previous ledge director, Daphne Gervais, moved. Luckily, she's still in the family, I like to call it, but she moved from the EDO office to Parks and Wildlife to really work on a lot of coordination with outdoor regional partnerships and connecting folks with all the great programs that CPW has. So we have our acting director, Sarah Hamming, who stepped in to fill Daphne's role. And she was in the, policy and planning shop and still is, but she really, I thought, did a great job of stepping in the middle of the legislative session, which is never easy to do. But I thought she really hit the ground running with that, and definitely grateful for her expertise and willingness to step up. Perkins County Canal, DNR, along with CWCB, Division of Water Resources, and CPW staff and the AG's office continue to be engaged with U.S. Corps of Engineers on the environmental permitting process for Perkins County Canal. The Corps launched the process in February and currently expands to issue the draft EIS on February 2027, and then the final EIS on February 2028. Some of you have heard me talk about some of the challenges that we've faced, especially on the west slope with bark beetle challenges in the past, and we now have this new challenge on the Front Range, more or less stretching from Larimer County, heading south into, Boulder and Jefferson and Douglas and Teller and El Paso County on this new ponderosa pine challenge that we have before us. It's going to be very similar to what we saw in the early 2000s that I remember looking at Taylor. For me, living in Summit County, it was like a tsunami, just like we could see it coming from Grand County and we could see in Jackson County, of course, too. But this is what we're going to see kind of replicate on the Front Range. It'll be much higher visibility because the density of the populations of the state of Colorado are mostly centered in the Front Range. So you're going to see it in the next few years visible along I-70, visible along I-25, Highway 285 as well. The governor put together a task force, and we're working at recommending short, medium, and long-term approaches to kind of deal with this new challenge that we have before us. And so I'm one of the co-chairs, along with Mike Morgan from the Division of Fire Prevention Control, and Matt McCombs, who's our state forester with the Colorado State Forest Service. And just thinking of, fires, drought, ponderosa pine, bark beetle task force, I want to recognize all the DNR staff and looking at Robert Sakata too, and as well as Department of Agriculture staff and all the state government really coming together, working with local communities and our federal partners to not only work on the drought task force. Kat Weiss-Miller, I don't know, thank you for all your amazing leadership, you and your whole team. But I feel like there's been amazing collaboration, really unlike I've really seen before, for folks stepping up and really meeting the moment and the challenge that we have right in front of us. So I'm just really, really grateful for the leadership that we have that are working on, you know, the water challenges with drought, the forest health challenges, the wildlife challenges. It's all really connected when you look at climate change. So I think that's it for me. And just thinking of this upcoming fire season, I will miss you all tomorrow. I'm this will be my 19th annual year of being certified as a wildland firefighter. So I go through my training all day tomorrow. So I'll miss you all for that. Thanks.
With the consolidation of federal firefighters, is there any concern on your part in terms of getting the kind of response we need here in Colorado?
Yeah, it's a great question. So much of that new directive to create a new interagency firefighting force has not been implemented yet. And so really how we've been managing fires in Colorado, the status quo is really staying the same. What we have seen nationally, though, is we've seen less what we call incident management teams around the country, and these are federal assets, federal resources that move around the country to deal with all kinds of challenges. It could be fires, floods. They brought in a Type 1 incident management team on September 11th in New York City, and just like they deal with all hazards and all challenges. So we have a shared stewardship MOU with the U.S. Forest Service, and we have a shared stewardship MOU with the Bureau of Land Management, and we want to collaborate. I've heard positive kind of leadership roles and from what they're saying, like, hey, we really want to partner with the state of Colorado. I do worry about like how many active like firefighters we have on the ground, but when you look at some of the federal cuts, in most cases, if you have fire by your title, you're insulated right now. And so I'm optimistic that we'll have the right team, and just like in past years, if we need more firefighters in Colorado, normally there's people that come in from other states, and so all those mutual agreements, everything is the same as what it's always been.
Thank
Chair, and congratulations to both you and Director Camblin. I think the thing that I like most about this board is that everyone was willing to do it and nobody wanted to. So I think that says a lot about the character and the people that we have on this board. I just appreciate all of you so very much and your willingness to step into the role. And of course, staff will help you as much as you need and want assistance. So thank you so much. And Lorelei, I will miss you sitting next to me. For those of you that don't know Lorelei that well, she has a very, very dry sense of humor. Yes. And I have appreciated that, especially through some of our very, very long board meetings. So thank you so much for taking on that task for the last year. You've done an exceptional job. So thank you. And then I also just wanted to recognize Alan Ward. It's not technically his first meeting, but it's his first meeting in person. So I think we've sufficiently scared him about the hazing that he can expect. So feel free to give Alan a hard time, but we're glad to see you in person and have you sitting at the table. So thank you as well. And then I just wanted to start by going through some of the staffing changes that we've seen. It feels like a lot. I don't think there's any rhyme or reason for that. We've had a couple of retirements and people moving up in the organization, which is always a good thing, and we try and hire from within first so that we're giving people an opportunity to grow their careers within CWCB, and we're so lucky that we attract such talented people who really care about the mission. But I just wanted to recognize Robin Efren, who joined our water supply planning section, and my eyes are terrible, you guys, so if you're here, just wave your hand. Robin took Jeff Rodriguez's role as the roundtable liaison, which is I think a challenging job, but also maybe one of the most important in the agency, because as you all know, you are really the face of the CWCB out in the communities at the roundtables, and it's a big job to track everything that's going on at the roundtable level. Robin started with us in April, and she comes with over 9 years of experience from the Bureau of Reclamation's Water Smart program, so we're really lucky to have her. We're also happy to have Taylor Flanagan, who I do see back there. Hi, Taylor. He joined the Stream and Lake Protection section in April as the section's new program assistant. He took over for Kim Ricotta, who retired after a very long career with CWCB. And then we also have Teresa Ryan, who began as a temporary accountant in April with admin and ops section. So welcome to Teresa too. A couple of promotions and transitions. We have Leanne Strand in the watershed and flood protection section, moved up from the contracts and finance assistant to our contracts administrator. Felicia Sampson has transitioned from the interstate and federal section as in the Colorado River program assistant role to the admin and operations section as a contract administrator focusing on WSRF grants. So we're really happy to have Felicia moving onward and upward within CWCB. And then just to note that we are actively hiring for the water plan grant manager in the Arkansas Basin following Lauren Duncan's departure. It's a bittersweet goodbye to Lauren. She's moving on to start her own business, so we wish her a lot of success. And then also Cole Bedford has moved to DWR as the Division I engineer. So we do have a vacancy in our COO role within the agency. Anna Moss, in all of her free time, has stepped in as the acting COO. So thank you, Anna. That's another really, really important job in our agency. So if anyone from DWR is listening and you would like to move to the best water agency in DNR, we got to steal someone back. Cole. Anyway, we wish Cole all the best. We know that's a really important role, and we know he's going to do a great job. So just kidding, kind of.
Jason wasn't around to take
I know,
this
sorry, Jason. Some legislative updates. Dan mentioned a few. Our CWCB projects bill passed, of course, and we're waiting for the governor's signature. We'll let you know when we have a bill signing scheduled, and if you'd like to attend, we'll make sure you are aware of when it's happening. Sometimes those happen kind of quickly, it just kind of depends on the governor's schedule, so we'll send out a note when we have that. And then Dan mentioned the Species Conservation Trust Fund. Just a reminder, that is split between Parks and Wildlife and CWCB, and funding out of that bill goes to the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program and the San Juan River Basin Recovery Implementation Program. And then also we had funding go to the Rio Grande Native Fish Protection and Habitat Improvements, and $60,000 for selenium management. So really important work in the agency. If you paid attention to the news, which I know you all did, I'm sure we're aware of the dire state budget situation. The JBC and the General Assembly just had a really tough task this year trying to balance the budget, which is constitutionally required, of course. And I think given the budget challenges, water funding was largely not impacted. So that is, I think, a real blessing and a testament to the work that our budget staff did, and Carly Jacobs within DNR to really help explain the importance of that funding. In previous years, we have seen some sweeps, and we didn't this year. So that was a win. However, JBC did choose to take a number of DNR programs off of the severance tax operational fund, which is important in funding a number of agencies throughout DNR. The overall DNR savings from the severance tax is about 14 million that will be transferred to the general fund. But for CWCB, the impact was fairly small, and it means that 1.2 million that typically goes to our operational fund, which is a fund that we use to fund kind of a miscellaneous number of programs and projects in the agency, will now be funded by our construction fund. And then also the Species Conservation Trust Fund will no longer receive severance tax operational fund dollars and will be supported by up to $3 million annually from our perpetual base fund. So at the end of the day, what this means is we have roughly $4 million less that we'll be able to provide loans and grant funding. But I think we all recognize that that's a really small amount relative to the budget crisis that the state was facing. And then a positive note, you may recall in the past us mentioning that we were requesting additional FTE to help the water plan grant program, and that was approved. So we have authorization to hire up to 5 additional FTE to help manage grants and help with the procurement and the accounting support. So we're really grateful for the General Assembly's support on that. I think it was a pretty light water year for bills in the General Assembly. There was one that I wanted to mention, or maybe 2. There was a sports betting protection bill. It was Senate Bill 26-131 that did pass and is waiting for the governor's signature. We care about that, of course, because it ties directly to our water plan grant program and the revenue that's received. The fiscal note estimated about a $700,000 reduction to water plan grants. However, the overall revenue is expected to continue to increase because of the popularity of sports betting. So it was a little bit difficult to put our finger on exactly what the impact would be. DNR didn't have a position on that bill, but we definitely were paying attention to its path in the General Assembly. There were also a couple of competing data center bills that had a variety of incentives, tax incentives for their development, and also requirements around reporting energy use and water use. Both of those bills failed. I expect that they will come again in some other form. That's obviously a hot topic and something that we're paying close attention to as well. That's about it as far as legislation that I was going to mention. Other efforts that are going on, there has been a severance tax task force, which has been difficult for me to say. But thank you to Nate Pearson, who's been really running the show on that. That was a requirement out of, was it last year's legislative session? That stood up a task force, and it includes representatives from DNR. I'm on the task force. It has a representative from DOLA, local governments, and nonprofit organizations to think through what alternatives might be to severance tax and how we can level out the volatility of that funding. The Water Center has been hired as a consultant for that to develop the report and kind of lead the task force progress. It's operating on a pretty quick timeline. We've had a number of meetings, it seems like roughly monthly, and the report is required to be delivered on July 15th, so we're busy kind of working through a draft, so more to come on that and what the recommendations end up being in that report. Those meetings are public, and we take public comment at every meeting. Also on the funding side, if you haven't heard, I wanted to just acknowledge that we did see some movement on the IRA B2E funds. We had three projects in Colorado and 1 tribal project released for funding out of 12 total that were awarded funding in the Upper Basin. Colorado originally had 16 non-tribal projects that were selected at the end of the Biden administration for B2E funding. And again, just 3 of those in this announcement. The total amount that was awarded under the Biden administration was about $135 million. What was just released totals to about $30.9 million, so about 22% of the original amount. The Southern Ute Tribe was the only tribe to receive their award of $16.75 million out of a total of 6 tribal projects that were awarded in the original announcement. So I don't know that we have a whole lot of intel about what, if anything, will happen with the remaining projects, but of course, we'll take whatever funding we get to work with in Colorado. So thanks to Becky and Amy and her team for continuing to beat the drum on that. I was going to say a little bit about ongoing water supply conditions, but I don't think I will say a whole lot about that because we have an agenda item tomorrow. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone here that there have been record-breaking climate anomalies across the state. We're really grateful for the precipitation. I took a screenshot yesterday after the Water Conditions Monitoring Committee that the SNOTEL snowpack is on 5/18 was 12% of median and has moved 4 percentage points. It's 16% of the median as of yesterday. So not enough to solve the crisis, but obviously we'll take whatever we can get. I will note that our chasm flight data, which is something that the CWCB has taken on fairly newly in the last year, that the Colorado Airborne Snow Measurement Group recently completed its 2026 flights with about $4.2 million in total funding. And the March and April surveys confirmed that snowpack was nearly half of last year's amounts. But that information, I think, was particularly helpful for water providers this year, including Denver Water, as they are trying to manage reservoir operations. So I wanted to mention that since that's work that we do directly. Of course, I think I mentioned last time that the governor activated the Drought Task Force in March, which is the earliest activation on record. That pulls together representatives from across the executive branch, state agencies, and just really facilitates interagency coordination. The task force held its first meeting on April 10th and received opening comments from the governor. So we were really grateful that he joined the task force, just to put a punctuation on how important that work is and the situation facing Colorado. We have had a second meeting and 3 work groups were formally stood up out of that meeting: the Wildfire Risk Working Group, the Agricultural Impacts Working Group, and then a Municipal Impacts Working Group. And Kat Weissmiller and the Water Supply Planning Section team, including Jenna Batson and Emily Adrid, are just working really hard behind the scenes to make that all happen and to collect information. Katie, our communications director, Katie Weeman, has also been working with the communication leads across those departments to try and collect resources and information to stand up a drought task force page, which we'll hear more about tomorrow, I believe, in the agenda item. But just a big thanks to all of you for doing just a ton of work on top of the rest of your daily work. So we all appreciate those efforts. As part of that, they're also coordinating a drought tour in conjunction with the next task force meeting, which will be June 1st, and then the drought tour will be on the 1st and the 2nd. I believe you all received an invitation and welcome your attendance. We are trying to keep the numbers pretty tight. We just don't have a lot of space, but we're really looking forward to kind of getting out on the ground and seeing what things actually look like. We thought about having a separate agenda item for this, but instead I thought I would just run through it quickly. Katie Women, you want to raise your hand and wave so we all know who you are? I wanted to provide a brief communications plan update. Katie is our communications director and has been doing such a great job for the agency, including developing a communications plan. We do maintain a wide range of outreach projects, and I wanted to just note a couple of those. We have our external newsletter that we call The Confluence. It's delivered every other month, and that shares major updates and opportunities and agency activities. We have what we call The Splash, which is our monthly newsletter that highlights media coverage and community impact that CWCB is making around the state. And then Katie also develops an internal newsletter that's distributed every other month to staff that just tries to keep everyone on the same page about things that are going on internally to CWCB. We've really been working on extending our media footprint, and Katie's been spearheading that. We've, I think, received pretty extensive local coverage, including Colorado Public Radio, the Colorado Sun, Denver 7, CBS News, the Denver Post. We were recently featured in the Washington Post, Bloomberg, and have seen even international coverage in Japan and Malaysia, picking up on our weather modification activities. So I think that's just a testament to the work that Katie's doing, and then staff that's taking those interviews, and Dan, as it relates to the drought task force. So thank you for all of that work. I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that we're really doing what we can to get the word out about what we do at CWCB and the conditions on the ground. I think that's about all I had for today. I did just want to note that we are planning on doing the Chatfield tour this afternoon, rain or shine. Viola and I were joking, we tried to do the tour back in November, but we were snowed out, so perhaps every board meeting we should try and tour Chatfield to ensure that we continue to get precipitation. So bring a jacket, a rain jacket, maybe good walking shoes if you have them. We'll try and, depending on the weather, maybe do a little bit more inside in terms of hearing from some of the project participants. And then I think there's quite a bit to see just driving around the reservoir. So if we need to kind of stay in the same, in the bus that Viola's arranged, we can do that and just kind of point things out. That project's near and dear to my heart. I grew up in this area and spent my high school years on the Chatfield Beach. And then I worked on that project before I was in the director role, and was really involved in the mitigation on the state park. So thanks to CPW staff as well for participating and being willing to talk a little bit about what's going on. But hopefully it'll be a good tour, even if it's sprinkling a little bit. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Sorry, back. Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to check in about the data center stuff, because I don't think it's going away, clearly. There's been a lot of press about places that have more water than us that are dealing with this and seeing impacts. So I wondered, is there thought about being proactive and starting to have that conversation among stakeholders early so that we're ready for the next legislative session and could put something more proactive on the table? And I don't know if that's really our role as CWCB, but.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Director Haas. I think it's a little tricky because, as we know, it's not just about water consumption. It's also about energy consumption and, you know, the state economy, and it's much bigger than, I think, just CWCB's silo. So I think it's something that we are definitely willing and able to provide input, but I'm not sure that it's the thing that we want to lead on. But who would? I don't know within state government if Dan, you have any thoughts about that? Yeah.
Perhaps we could think about who would lead, like sooner rather than later, rather than waiting till early next session. I understand there's not an interim committee, or at least not an interim water committee this year. So I don't know, just whatever we can do to facilitate that conversation sooner, so we're ready for next session with something that has been thought out and stakeholders have given us feedback, or whoever is running it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. We'll give that some thought. It's certainly something that I'm not an expert on, but I've been really interested to hear from some of the other utilities in the state, particularly Aurora Water has done a lot of work on the data center front. So yeah, certainly conversations that we'll continue to have and keep you all updated.
Yeah, following up on Taylor's, because I appreciate your report, thanks. I really do. I was going to highlight a couple of things on it. But so that you do have a section on there, the operations fund, there's 2 projects identified as data center, energy, and water. Page of your report. Sorry.
Hang on.
That's in the other one by Corinne Anderson, 50,000 each.
If you have
you. Good morning, Anna Moss, CWCB staff. So those are some research projects that we are doing with CSU and the Water Center. We had identified that we could use more information at a staff level related to data center and water usage. So that is sort of our proactive approach to this. So those are those 2 research grants.
Continuing on your report, thanks again. I mean, it's hard for us to think about flooding, but I appreciate you annually reminding us about the flood notice, the website that you have. I think that's very valuable, and we pass it on to our ag emergency response people so they're aware of it.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting that. I was going to mention the flood bulletin is what Director Scott is referring to. I felt like I've been talking too long, but yes, that is a really valuable resource that Kevin Houck and his team provide.
And then thanks, congratulations to Jenna Batson. I understand in your report that she's in the Water Leaders Program, so really excited to have her be a part of that. So thanks.
But 2 other things were floating around the Capitol this year that are water-related: beavers and boaters. The beavers made it into a bill, which died quickly, but the boaters never brought a bill forward, but they say they will. So we can expect to see both of those things pop up next year. It's called river access. So.
BCC Director.
Thank you. While the full IBCC hasn't met since February, that No and Low Regrets subcommittee that you hear me talk about frequently has been meeting monthly between February and now, and they're continuing to move the No and Low Regrets effort forward. All of those meeting minutes and summaries are available on the IBCC website, so those are transparently available. The meetings have been focused primarily on working with the staff to refine how IBCC and the roundtables generate ideas that will become our new No and Low Regrets, and what discussions or what facilitated discussions the IBCC should be working on and focusing on. That excitement and momentum surrounding that No and Low Regret work continues. And to be clear, I think it's always important to recognize that excitement comes from the people and by the people and for the people. And so we want to acknowledge the folks that are volunteering their time on those subcommittees and the IBCC. They're across the state and including at all of the roundtables, we're seeing increased engagement because of that excitement and from members of the public as well. You've heard everybody talk so far about the unprecedented drought, and the IBCC's No and Low Regrets work will help us chart a course in Colorado so that we can face our challenges under any future scenario. I think that's incredibly important, is that, you know, we can hope for the best, know how to operate there, but also really prepare ourselves for any future. And that comes our way. So getting our house in order will only make us stronger. And I think that's all of our jobs, and that's what the focus has been on. In terms of the water plan efforts, including the technical update, the basin implementation plans, and the Colorado water plan, this will help quantify our collective risk and then build a shared understanding of our future challenges and ultimately inspire the work that will make Colorado more resilient than we already are now. We've been leading the edge, we've been on the leading edge of water innovation and solutions, and this No and Low Regrets effort to inform the water plan continues that tradition. I was just thinking, as Director Hawes mentioned, the data centers and things like that. I think groups like this are on the cutting edge. They're able to talk about things that relate to water and data centers that are like closed loop systems and things like that that are more efficient. And I think keeping on the edge of innovation will only drive further innovation, which will make us better. And so I'm hopeful we can continue on this work. The IBCC will again meet in June 17th. In Keystone, where the infamous Kelsey McElroy will be back with us to resume our facilitated discussion. Boy, she takes a lot of hits in those rooms, but she handles it well and gracefully. But she will keep us focused and collaborative, and so we'll. The focus of that discussion will be on storage, and that's a hot topic, and how to get the most out of that storage. So we've also worked with the subcommittee to adjust our schedule of topics going forward as well. So just so everyone is aware, the new schedule is for June, like I mentioned, the continued storage discussion. In October, we're going to begin further work on water conservation, efficiency, and land use planning. And as you all know, we have work on that, but this is the new and improved, no and low regrets. In February, we will begin the further discussions on protecting Colorado agriculture. And I'm sure Robert will be at that, but he's at everything, so that won't be a surprise. Again, I want to acknowledge and say this: you all have shown up more so in the recent past than I've seen in a while at the IBCC meetings, and I can't tell you how much that's appreciated. So with that, I'm going to expect that you all are there in June also. It does make a difference, and I think it opens the lines of communication so you can hear things and be a part of those discussions and bring them back here. And as we move forward, I think that's important. So I appreciate that, and that is all I have, unless there's any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Mitchell, and thanks to CWCB staff. I appreciate, it was a pretty aggressive schedule, so I appreciate the opportunity to expand it to give everybody opportunity to provide input. And then also the support that CWCB is now providing for facilitation. I think that's really, has been really important and critical as the roundtables try to approach how they want to convey each of these topics. So thanks very much.
Just a quick question. Can we get the invitations or the details for all those meetings so that we do get them on our calendars ahead of time?
I'm getting texts about that right now. So yes. The answer is absolutely yes. I won't reply, Dan.
So that would really be helpful for all of us, I'm sure, because we see them close to the date and often can't attend. So thank you for that. Agricultural Commissioner Kate, virtually, I believe.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Much.
Great, well, thank you all, and it's a pleasure being back with you, even if just virtually today. I'm just back at work for the last month or so after taking time on maternity leave with my new baby girl, and just want to say thank you all for all the support while I was away. Of course, CDA was in great hands with Robert as acting Commissioner of Agriculture, and I couldn't be more grateful for Robert. I have not let him get away though without another new title. Now that I'm back at work, I've asked Robert to stay on as my senior advisor. So while he is still first and foremost committed to water and mental health, we get to keep Robert in on our executive team meetings, guiding the work of the agency as a whole. And I should say that, Becky, you mentioned that Robert is everywhere, and that is true, but one place he almost wasn't this week was his very own appreciation party that we hosted for him at the agency, CDA. But luckily, Robert did show up in the end, and Robert, thank you for being there so we could celebrate you and say thank you. We also, of course, couldn't do this work without our great deputies team, Hollis Glenn and Jordan Beasley, who really helped keep the ship running along with Robert while I was out, and just an incredible staff at CDA. I want to say congratulations, of course, to Chair Vasquez and Vice Chair Camblin. Very much look forward to working with you in your new roles. And former Chair Cloud, thank you so much for your leadership. It's been such a pleasure working with you as chair and, of course, as a member of CWCB. So thank you and congratulations as well. Overall, of course, state of ag is tough out there. I know I'm speaking to many producers on the board and who are listening in, but this year is not just tough on water. I don't think I have to describe the pressures on ag when it comes to drought right now. But of course, we've got fires around the state right now, monitoring the fire in the southeast part of the state. We've also had, such an early spring that producers on the West Slope, our stone fruit growers, had almost complete loss in the North Fork Valley of the peach crop for that part of the state. Luckily for consumers, that's only about 10% of our peach crop. Grand Valley was more or less made it through okay for that spring freeze, but our North Fork producers are pretty much awash this year. We're dealing with dust storms right now down the valley. At the same time, we're dealing with a large oversupply of potatoes. We've gotten way too good at growing potatoes, and that becomes a challenge for our producers. So we're dealing with that. And then globally, just the impact of tariffs, fuel prices, fertilizer, labor, all the usuals, but they are in heightened tension right now for our producers, just looking at the costs of doing business and folks having to make a lot of tough decisions this year. So at CDA, we are very much focused more than ever on supporting and celebrating Colorado's farmers and ranchers. That means buying from our producers here in Colorado, going to your local farmers market, joining a CSA, finding that Colorado Proud brand in the supermarket. So hopefully you'll see us, especially through the Drought Task Force as well, bringing in a lot more of this messaging on why it's so important to support our local farmers and ranchers and put our money behind that support. We've got some new faces at CDA, and one I want to mention is Marissa Rudolph, who is our new Director of Outreach and our Deputy PIO. So many of you, I think, have gotten to know Marissa as she's helping us on the Drought Task Force and also helping coordinate our Ag Drought Cooperators Group, which has become sort of the Ag subcommittee of the Drought Task Force. Very glad and delighted to have Marissa on our team. She's also helped create a CDA Ag Drought resource page. It's just ag.colorado.gov/drought. And we'll be working with the Drought Task Force and CWCB to build that out. But we do have a link on there for producers to submit any concerns they're facing with drought. What are you up against? What resources do you need? It doesn't mean that CDA has those resources, but we're trying to connect people to where they might be able to get what they need. And our next cooperators meeting is virtual on May 29th, coming up next week. Another thing I want to mention, I'm sure this is on many of your minds, is just the way the drought monitor tracks actual impact on the ground. This is an issue we've been hearing for lots of years, but of course this year, folks are looking at the drought monitor and saying, wow, it is way worse for me than this drought monitor reflects. And of course, the drought monitor is what triggers federal resources to come support farmers who have been impacted by drought. And particularly, we're tracking irrigated ag because, you might get rain in certain places, but it doesn't mean you have your surface water supply. So we're actually bringing our state climatologist on to the next meeting of the cooperators meeting to talk about the data that goes into the drought monitor, but we're also working with producers and our federal delegation to see if there isn't a way to improve how the drought monitor works on the ground. Moving on to a quick legislative and budget recap. I think as Dan and Lauren had mentioned, it's been a wild legislative session that I had the privilege of missing the majority of. So again, I want to say thanks to the team for making it through. And Robert had a few opportunities to testify down there this session. Of course, everybody sustained cuts. We had some cuts that we put forward and others that the Joint Budget Committee put forward. So we saw cuts, of course, to our overhead and personnel services. Nothing that's jeopardizing our core services, but certainly we're cinching our belts. In terms of our grant programs that relate to this board, we saw a 40% reduction in our climate resilience grants, so that's a $200,000 reduction, and then a $300,000 reduction to our agrivoltaics grants. Those are programs we've built in the last few years. We were lucky we reserved some funding to keep those programs going, but this is, such a core focus for us to make sure we're investing in conservation, that we're going to keep looking for resources to move forward our soil, water, and climate work into the future. In terms of legislation, SB 064 passed this year, which was one of our bills. It expanded our existing Ag Future Loan Program to authorize CDA through our financial partner to provide short-term loans to state-certified conservation easement holders and water conservation and conservancy districts for the conservation of farmland and associated water. So essentially, we're hoping that this financing tool can help add a financing component to innovative farmland and water protection programs, including Buy, Protect, Sell, which is a tool used to help make farmland more affordable, especially for young and beginning farmers. And the trick about this is that we have committed to funding this work through private funds, even though we're using our state and loan program to do it. We are also, as Director Gibbs mentioned, jumping in on the pine beetle response, and very excited about that. This year's budget allowed us to hire 3 FTE, which we've done, and also create a new biocontrol program at our insectary in Palisade, which they are standing up in a matter of months, which normally a new biocontrol takes years and years and years, but we don't have to go through the federal regulatory process for this particular biocontrol because it is native to Colorado. And then we also have a, HB 1289, which modified our big tax bill, but in there was a modification to our community food access program, just making it broader for more farmers and distributors to be able to access that program and getting local food to families who need it. HB 1111 is the pesticide product disposal and container recycling. This is a new bill or program that we put forward to create an enterprise, so all fee-based, no general fund, that helps producers recycle pesticide products, and especially containers. So we're looking forward to building that. And a few others, the Disease Livestock Indemnity Fund, we expanded that so we can do more upfront work on disease mitigation. We passed the Wild Horse License Plate Bill to help continue our wild horse program, and the Protections for Agricultural Products Grown in Colorado, HB 1031, puts the Colorado Proud brand in statute for the first time, and then also protects the integrity of local ag by prohibiting the Grown in Colorado designation on products not grown in Colorado. It's amazing how many folks out there will bring in products and sell them under the Colorado brand or Colorado Proud, but they're not actually grown here. Continuing on that front, our markets team, led by Amanda Laban, is just doing incredible work selling Colorado food and ag products all across the world and through our local food program. Amanda also oversees our next gen work, so we continue to put apprentices on the ground and finance young and beginning farmer land access through our loan program. On the animal health side, and I'll just tick through these, so please feel free to ask questions. But we are tracking a number of livestock disease. We had our first 2026 first index case of vesicular stomatitis virus in a horse in Montezuma County, so we are monitoring that closely. New World screwworm, of course, is a big one that is in Mexico right now that states and USDA are monitoring very closely. Right now, high-path avian influenza is not our core focus, but it remains active in the environment. And then on a kind of a separate thread on our animal health and welfare work, our brands division, which does all the livestock brands work in the state, and our division of animal welfare are teaming up to do continuing education for law enforcement around the state on brand law and animal welfare law. We just had a great training in Montrose last week and just want to give a kudos to those two teams. And then on our mental health work, Robert and Rosie, thank you so much for continuing this work around the state. We'll be doing a COMET training, changing our mental and emotional trajectory here very soon. And I think one just happened for some of my CDA team. So that's a really great opportunity that Robert and Rosie on our team are bringing, not just to CDA, but to folks around the state. A few more things, and then I just have a few short slides to talk about our water plan implementation work. I think you hopefully can see my background, which is our CDA mural, which we commissioned for Colorado 250-150. This mural is traveling the state and is going to be all over this summer and fall between Wiggins for 4th of July, El Paso County Fair, the State Fair in Pueblo, Palisade Peach Festival. So please be on the lookout. We're also launching a coffee table book celebrating farmers and ranchers, and actually at least two of you at the table are featured in that book, Lorelei and Robert, and we also have oral histories that are available in the cloud, History Colorado's cloud, and then this fall we'll be hosting harvest table dinners all around the state, so a lot to celebrate. Viola, if you wouldn't mind pulling up the slides, I just want to finish with sharing with the board how we've been putting to use the dollars from the project bill that CDA was a part of last year. We partnered with Lauren and team, and you all, of course, to create this new grant program as part of our agency objectives in the water plan to implement the water plan. So this is what we call the SHOW grant, Soil Health and Optimizing Water. Next slide, please. And this program really relates to, in particular, 2.10 in the water plan, integrating soil health, water conservation, and adaptive practices that increase economic outputs with less water use. But of course, it's also peer-to-peer learning. So this program, again, really explores the relationships between improving soil health practices and what the related water outcomes for that farmer or rancher. Eligible entities, you'll see we're working with research centers, individual farmers and ranchers, coalitions, tribal nations, farmer training programs are all eligible for this work. Next slide, please. You'll see we had 95 applicants for a total of 3.5 million of requested funds. We just had under 500,000 to grant out through our partnership with CWCB. So really great demand for this work. And thank you to the panelists who helped review applications. Next slide, please. So our awardees, we are estimating that this work so far is impacting over 13,000 acres in the first year. And we're actually working through this growing season and next, collecting data from this work. So you'll see the folks here who have been participating with us, the different conservation districts and training centers who are collecting data on that nexus between soil health and water conservation. Next slide, please. And we have awardees all around the state. So we are very always keenly focused on making sure we have that kind of statewide diversity. And next slide, please. And so some of our deliverables showing, metrics around soil moisture monitoring and its relationship to the practices that were input by that producer, the community impact through field days, and again, that peer-to-peer work, which is also part of our objective in the water plan, and then water efficiency, water management, water quality. So we're tracking all of those through our grantees as well. Next slide, please. And now looking ahead, as I mentioned, a number of our conservation grant programs were cut in this budget year. We are fighting very hard to preserve this work, but we know we have to get creative and keep working together. We're really focused on how can we, find commitment for longer term research, especially with research getting cut left and right at the federal level right now. We want to continue our deep partnerships with our producers. We lost our federal money through the Climate Smart program that USDA launched under the previous administration. We're hoping that we're going to get money through the newly dubbed AMP program, but this work in partnership with CWCB has been integral to continuing those relationships. And that is my last slide and the end of my report. Thank you for following along with all of these updates, and I'm happy to take any questions from the board.
Commissioner Greenberg, and congratulations on the new addition to your family. We're all amazed that you're here so soon, and it was such an amazing detailed report. Are there any questions for Commissioner Greenberg?
Commissioner, you're being a bit modest. For those who aren't aware, last week the Commission received the 2026 Champion of the Land Award from Colorado Open Lands. That was a great evening held at the Museum of Nature and Science, and congratulations on the award. Very well deserved.
I want to just say one, congratulations on your new family member, and then for being back, and then for Robert for stepping up and taking your spot when you were busy. One of the things I wanted to point out, two things actually I wanted to point out. One is the program you have for getting young members, young ag people, into the business. Something that's been needed and neglected for a long time, and so really happy to see that program. And then the other thing was the soil health program. I guess what really excites me about that is for years, in my opinion, we've concentrated on the river corridors, but we also have a problem in the uplands too. And this soil health really makes me feel good that maybe we're looking, not putting a Band-Aid on it, but we're looking at actually where the problem could lie. And the other thing with that program is I've been involved in several of those programs, and most of them are, you get a year help and then they're gone. I mean, and that's expensive for people like us and Nate. They come in, they say, well, we'll help you with your soil health and give you money, and you tear your ground up and all that stuff and replant. And then they're gone, and you're kind of stuck, with the aftermath. And this program is a 5-year program, the soil health thing, and that was another thing that was very needed. Was it's as in agriculture, most people know that it takes several years to get a return on a change, and you get grant money to get started on it, and then it disappears. It can be a burden. So the 5-year thing on this, Kate, is great. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Greenberg.
Madam Chair, thank you so much, Kate. It was really an honor to serve and lead the Department of Ag. You're right, we have an amazing staff, and so it was really, truly an honor, but I'm sure glad that you're back. But Director Campbell's point, I had a reporter ask me recently, so as a farmer, what are you doing because in response to this drought? And I told him that, we're in survival mode right now. Those investments that we made prior to this are what hopefully will be paying off. So it's those soil health practices, it's, the water efficiency. So everything that we've been doing prior to this, hopefully will help us through this time. And so I think as we move forward beyond this drought, it's important for us to continue to invest in that research and that support as we move forward. And then also, since Nate's here, I'd really like to thank Nate for his support through the legislative session. It was just really nice to be able to work with you. I know one of the bills, the Re-Veg Bill 1340, we stayed in contact with, so really appreciated all that support through the season. So thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further questions for Commissioner Greenberg? On to the state engineer, Tracy Kozlov.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Tracy Kozlov, Deputy State Engineer here.
Recording in progress.
In 2002 versus we saw these super senior calls in different parts of the state in April. And so I just want to highlight that as an indicator of the unprecedented water supply conditions that we're seeing this year. Director Sakata, I think, touched on, and Director Greenberg on how difficult this is for our ag producers, and they're making very difficult choices this year. We're also considering that there's going to be a likelihood that some water users who normally divert out of priority under plans for augmentation or other types of replacement plans that put water back in the stream to replace their depletions. Some of those water users are going to have difficulty because their replacement sources won't yield the amount of water that normally would be there to allow them to divert out of priority. And so, DWR, we're watching the conditions develop, but we're expecting that we're going to be working with water users to try to find alternative sources of replacement water that they can add to their augmentation plans so that they can continue those out of priority diversions. So that's one thing we're looking at with the drought this year. And Director Riss pointed this out, but yes, we did have our Division 1 engineer, Corey DeAngelis, move on to another job just recently. He took a job with a water user in Division 1. He took a job at FRICO. And with that, we are really pleased that Cole Bedford has joined us as a new division engineer in the South Platte Basin. So in case, that's maybe his vote for the top water agency in Colorado. No, I'm just kidding. I know in the past, I have suggested that we are co-top water agencies. So, but I don't know. Some people like the competition. But we're really pleased to have Cole. We have 2 new division engineers at DWR. We've got Cole in Division 1 and Tyler Benton in Division 5, the Colorado River Basin. And boy, those 2 really know how to just jump right in a very difficult water year. So Cole's been here for 3 weeks. He's doing great. And Tyler also is really rising to the occasion. And we're pleased to have them both with us. Director Gibbs did mention Perkins County Canal NEPA process, so I won't touch on that. I did want to mention that in terms of the U.S. Supreme Court litigation, we continue to be in a waiting mode where Nebraska requested the Supreme Court take up their case on the South Platte Compact. We're waiting for the Supreme Court to make the decision if they want to take the case or not. So that is where that stands. I do want to mention that we are starting to work on some requests for proposals for 2 projects for technology tools in the Arkansas River Basin. And I want to mention that to you because we're working with CWCB to use Arkansas DSS, Decision Support System funds for those projects. So we're looking to do, number 1, a Arkansas River main stem administration tool. It would be a tool that would pull in data, historic water user data, stream flow data for the Arkansas River main stem, and help our staff make the best decisions they can around water administration in the Arkansas River Basin. So that would be tool number one. Tool number two, again, in the Arkansas River Basin, would be a tool to help us decide if we can approve exchanges in the Arkansas River Basin. An exchange is where water users allowed to divert water upstream and provide a replacement source of water to keep the priority system whole downstream. So it dewaters, reduces the flow in a reach of the river. Usually outside of the Arkansas River Basin, all that's needed to do that is that there is adequate flow in that reach that's going to be dewatered, so that that water user can take water upstream. In the Arkansas River Basin, these are super complicated. I was really shocked when I reviewed some of the decrees in the water court that allow for exchanges. A lot of these decrees have been stipulated with parties with a minimum, maybe 20 conditions of approval, a lot of complicated conditions that need to be met before the division engineer can approve an exchange. So there needs to be a minimum flow of X here, the water quality here needs to be such and such, many conditions of approval that need to be met before the division engineer can allow a water user to operate an exchange. Know that that's hard because when we get maybe a storm event, that is what allows enough water to be in the stream to allow more exchanges to occur. And so you want to be able to react quickly. Again, would bring in data about conditions to better support the division engineer making decisions about what exchanges can occur. So it's going to be really helpful. So those are the two tools in the Arkansas. And just grateful for CWCB staff, Brian McPherson and Megan Kramer have been really helpful in us being able to move those, that process to put out an RFP forward. I just wanted to leave you all in my remarks with some positivity. You know, we've all been talking about the very difficult water year that we're facing, the difficult choices that people are making already. But I want to note that I have already seen a really great deal of cooperation among water interests and Colorado water users this year. I've seen efforts to make the best of this, these unprecedented conditions. And I don't always get to see that as a water regulator. I see a lot of neighbors who don't like each other fighting over, you know, and I know a lot of our staff too, fighting over, you know, small things, using small amounts of water to try to beat each other up because they don't like each other. And I have just see people working together, coming together. You know, we all still need to work in the legal framework that's set up for us, the priority system. There's only so much that we can do. And yet I have, you know, really seen people being open to talking, understanding the situation, realizing everyone is trying their best and trying to find solutions. And so I just want to commend the water community for taking that attitude this year, and I hope it continues. I think it's going to continue to be a tough season. And so just again, want to express my gratitude and my pride in being part of this Colorado water community that's, you know, behaving as good neighbors and trying very hard. So thank you.
And thank you for ending on a hopeful note. We all appreciate that. Are there any questions to Director Hawes?
Yes, thank you for that report and for being here today. I've been to a lot of water meetings the last few days, and I can't remember where I heard this, but can you talk a little bit more about the water measurement rules for the Western Slope and the funding that's available? I think there's a lot of, I think I heard, so I was on the Basin Roundtable meeting on Monday, and Jason talked about that there was like 100 people that are 100 applications for funding in 6 and 7. I don't know whether that was combined, or just what's the status of the funding? How do you feel like you're going to have enough, or are we maybe going to need more funding to accomplish that?
Well, thank you for that question. I would probably phone a friend on that question. And in particular, I think it's the CWCB that's actually running the funding program where water users who need to put in measurement devices to comply with the new measurement rules, they can apply for funds to get those structures put in. So maybe someone from CWCB.
Yeah, I'm pointing at Brian McPherson in the back row there, who has been involved in this for the CWCB. Thanks, Brian.
Morning, Brian McPherson, CWCB staff. Wasn't expecting to be here right now, but happy to answer the question. The DMIP, our Diversion Measurement Implementation Program, has kicked off in Division 6 and 7. We ran the application process. We accepted, somewhere around 100 projects for this year. Our contractor, SGM, we're trying to equitably split the funding between 4, 5, 6, and 7. So 4 and 5 will come next year. This funding is not going to fix all of the measurement needs on the West Slope. This is a start, and we're doing what we can with the federal funds we have from the IIJA funding, which is split between all 4 Upper Basin states. So, we are doing site visits, getting contractors lined up to put flumes and weirs in the ground, and we're working a lot with DWR, the division offices in the West Slope, all the water commissioners and division engineers. So, things are going well, and we're hoping to get.
Thanks, Brian, for the impromptu information. Thanks. This microphone is loud.
Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you for the tools that you're creating for Division 2. I feel for that staff. It's a very difficult division to administer, and I think even with 10 times the staff, it would be a daunting task. So any tools that can be provided to help that crew make decisions is greatly appreciated by the Arkansas Valley water users.
Just like to thank the DWR staff, and it's really, I think it's wonderful that the roundtable process, a lot of the staff have been engaged in that process and built the trust there to begin with. So now, when they're, it would be very easy if they were just jumping in now to shy away because it's a tough time, but they're there providing updates, and I think have made the connections with the people on the roundtable. So I think kudos to your staff for staying engaged in that area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Congratulations to you and to Director Chamlin. Again, thank you so much for your service, Lorelei. It was great having you in the chair spot this past year. Again, as Director Gibbs said, some of those meetings reminded me of Parks and Wildlife Commission meetings. So thank you again for the past year. Lots going on. Everybody's been talking about the severe conditions, and we're going to spend time this afternoon, but just talking about the drought task force for a minute. This is the first year that CPW has had a seat on the drought task force, and so we've been trying to really lean into our mission as it relates to the drought task force. And talking about protecting wildlife and their habitat as well as world-class recreation. It's in our mission. And so representing our diverse constituents and partners during unprecedented drought is something that we've been providing in our updates and talking about, and the impacts to recreation, to businesses, and to the environment as well. In addition to the participation on the task force, CPW is actively responding to drought on multiple fronts. We're managing real-time impacts like fish salvage operations at lakes and reservoirs being drained. I think many of you saw in the news Antero Reservoir in South Park, and it obviously being drained, and we're actively now going to start moving some of those fish ourselves after we close the public salvage. So we're going to try to recover as many of those fish resources as we can. At the same time, we're working closely with partners on in-stream flow tools and reservoir operations to help support aquatic habitat conditions, and expanding public-facing resources to keep recreation users informed. We were able to open a lot of our ANS stations at reservoirs earlier this year than ever in the past, which provided great boating and fishing recreation much earlier. So a little bright spot in the drought. Moving on, the Parks and Wildlife Commission met the first week in May and approved our CPW's 10-year strategic plan. The 2026 plan builds on the mission of shifting to a unified approach to proactively address challenges like climate change and development. And this plan streamlines the 2015 plan, which had 6 goals, narrowed it to 4 broad, higher-level goals supported by 6 actions for long-term relevancy. For our staff, this streamlining means clearer priorities, and it focuses our efforts to foster better collaboration. It will give staff the support they need to tackle complex issues more effectively and ensure our daily work contributes to CPW's long-term success. So we're excited about that new strategic plan. Director Gibbs talked about some of our legislative priorities. It was obviously a very busy session. We had over 70 bills that staff commented on, provided amendments for, or provided fiscal note information. So a really busy time down at the Capitol. And as Director Gibbs mentioned, we had 3 CPW-sponsored bills, the Outdoor Opportunities Act, which was huge to get that through the legislature. We're excited about that. And it'll provide advancing Colorado's outdoor strategy and North Star goals focused on conservation, outdoor recreation, and climate resilience. So excited to have that in place. He also mentioned the what we call fondly the bear bill, negligently luring bears, and so human-bear conflict, that came out of the Human-Bear Conflict Working Group. And that bill strengthens our ability to address these conflicts by updating the enforcement measures and as well as addressing attractants left out. So we're glad that that has passed. And then finally, the Species Conservation SCTF funding that was mentioned earlier as well. Also at the Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting in May, the commission elected new officers. Jay Touchton was elected as the new chair and Gabe Otero as the new vice chair. So they will be seated at the July Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. Moving on, a couple of updates on the ANS front. CPW launched our 2026 public awareness campaign, reminding Coloradans to recreate on the state waters, and we call that campaign Be a Pain in the ANS. Some creative minds over there. And we're really, again, just encouraging recreators to clean, drain, and dry their watercraft and gear each time. highlighting the simple steps to help prevent the spread of ANS, including obviously zebra and quagga mussels. We also have expanded access to gear and watercraft cleaning stations at popular points for recreators using non-motorized, especially along the Colorado River, trying to address spread of the zebra mussel situation on the river there. Our website has a lot of access to resources and toolkits with information there. In April, CPW convened along with Grand County, Northern Water, the Bureau of Reclamation, the Forest Service, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service a mussel rapid response exercise at Lake Granby. And as the state's second largest reservoir and a critical component of the Colorado Big Thompson project, Lake Granby represents a vital high-stakes environmental environment for invasive species preparedness. So that exercise, participants established a framework for interagency leadership, identifying roles in state, federal, and Grand County emergency management, and evaluated specific response tools, discussed how best to protect critical infrastructure, and identified critical gaps where further discussion and follow-up is warranted. And that exercise helped build a knowledge base for preparedness actions among all the participating agencies and identified action items to add to the invasive mussel management plan. And I'll take any questions.
Anybody have questions for Matt? Thank you very much, Matt. And moving on to our last director's report.
Keith McLaughlin is in Mexico working on his tan. He sends his regrets. Jim Griffiths with Colorado Water and Power. His report's attached to your packet, and I won't cover anything in there. I'll just add two very brief things. 2026 is our last year of IIJ funds, and we've now received the funds, about 90 million in drinking water, about 30 million in wastewater funds. So we'll be working on getting those out to Colorado communities pretty quickly here. A lot of those funds in drinking water for lead service lines. And then lastly, was looking at some historic data, and we've now made almost 1,000 loans to Colorado communities for drinking water, wastewater projects. I'll mention though, in the wastewater program, we can really fund anything with clean water. So if there's a clean water nexus in the stream bank restoration, mine cleanup. We've only done one mine cleanup project up in Breckenridge, but certainly willing to fund more of those. And with that, I'll take any questions.
A busy finger, sorry. I understand that there's a request for a photograph of the board. And I just asked Lauren, the thought is against the flag, is that correct? And then since we're a little late taking the break, what time are we going to return, Viola? Now or at the end of the break? Okay, thank you. So see you all at 10:50.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Everybody for coming to order so quickly after our break. We're now moving on to water plan grant target category allocation.
For those on-the-ground projects. The categories for the program are in statute. So there are 5 categories. I'll show them on the next slide. And the program is funded through sports betting tax revenue at this point, and interest earned on the water plan implementation cash fund. As you can see here, the categories for the Water Plan Grant Program, which I think everybody's familiar with, but I'm going to mention just to make sure we're all on the same page since we are talking about the allocation for each of these. We have agriculture, conservation and land use planning, engagement and innovation, storage and supply, and watershed health and recreation. And again, these primary grant categories are in statute. In addition to that, we have our grant guidelines. So those guidelines are intended to provide further direction to potential applicants and to staff on projects that we're looking for through this program. And that is a board-approved document. So as you can see by this map, the different categories are laid out with the different symbols, and you can see there is really awesome representation across all the categories across the entire state. And this really demonstrates that all of our partners are doing the things to make our situation better moving forward and more resilient. Since the program was started, we have funded over $140 million in projects in these categories. So really impressive work by our partners, and a big lift for CWCB staff as well. So huge thank you to all of them. isn't very good for a impatient person. I'm like, come on, Slay. So for this upcoming fiscal year, we have $40.2 million available to award. For reference, last year we had about 37 million, so the dollars still are increasing. In terms of what goes into that, we had $33.4 million in new revenue from sports betting taxes, $4.3 million in interest earned on the water plant implementation cash fund. And then this year, we actually have $2.5 million in reversions. So those are older grants that didn't move forward for one reason or another that we're able to bring back into the fund. And really the reasons those may have not moved forward range the gambit. Like there was one grant where the project proponent actually passed away and there wasn't somebody to move forward. So it really is the gambit of reasons why those might not move forward. So I want to make sure that we're capturing those for our ability to grant those to other projects. I do want to mention that initially the appropriations for the program prior to sports betting were to individual grant categories. And so those were the concrete walls there. Now the appropriations are made to the overall water plan implementation fund. However, we do still think it is appropriate and beneficial to set targets for each category at the programmatic level with you all. And the reason for that really is to make sure that applicants, staff, and the board are all aligned with what we're looking for. It also helps in the review process balance the different needs of the applications. I will point out as well, though, that that does not mean the board doesn't retain their flexibility. You will absolutely retain the flexibility to award more in one category, less in another, if we end up getting more applications in one area and not enough demand in another. Role of what our staff recommendation is for this upcoming fiscal year. So in the second row or column, you have the percentage of the total by category. And then in the third column, it's the dollar amount associated with that. So again, we have $40.2 million, and you can see the breakout with each of these. I will, over the next few slides, go into our methodology for how we got here. There's going to be a lot of tables, so hang in there with me and let me know if you have questions. We are using the same methodology as we used last year, and we used 3 data sources to help us develop this recommendation. Source we used was the Basin Roundtable Identified Projects database. So this is data from the 2023 Colorado Water Plan update, and it was based on input from the 9 basin roundtables. It is a snapshot in time, and updates can be made periodically. It's important to note that on this list, there are a range of projects in terms of readiness. So it ranges from projects that are ready to go right now to projects that are in long-term development. So you can see in this list here that unsurprisingly, cost-wise, storage and supply has the greatest percentage. However, because we are looking at the target allocation for 1 year, most of those projects are longer term, further out. So we didn't think that that was the best data to use. And instead, we are using the total number of projects, which we felt like was a better proxy there. And based on that, ag and storage and supply are in the top. One is outreach and engagement. So this is outreach and engagement of the 4 regional grant managers from July 1st through April 21st of this year. And that was just when I had to put this information together. So it was attempting to use the most recent information available. When we talk about outreach and engagement, this is two-way outreach and engagement. So this can be our staff proactively going out and soliciting opportunities with potential applicants, or it can be us being responsive to applicant inquiries. And in here, the couple things I wanted to note that this does not include outreach from our technical leads, so this is just the regional staff. So it would be even higher. It also does not include the general outreach. So if it didn't fall squarely within a certain category, we kept that off of here because we're trying to break it out by category. So again, as you see here, watershed health was the highest, followed by ag. One more table. No, not one more table, one more method, sorry. So the third data source we were looking at was past applications and awards. So you can see here columns 2 and 3 are the applications for each fiscal year. So this is a percent of the total dollar demand. 4 and 5 are the percent of the total dollars awarded. So really including all of these and is to make sure that we're not, that we're getting an even representation of these different sources and not putting all of our eggs into one bucket. So we had, and I know there's a lot of numbers on here. It's hard to read. Lauren, I see you squinting. I tried to make it as big as I could with getting the information on there. So the columns highlighted in yellow are the ones that I just went through that we used to develop this target allocation per category. And I think what this really points out is that there's not really a perfect method. There's not a silver bullet. This is a bit of an art and a science, but provides us general direction and guidance for everyone to work with. Is the final result of the staff recommendation of that methodology and our request. Board approve staff recommendation in agenda item number 5. I'm happy to take any questions.
I suggest you bounce back to the previous slide for those questions so that you show the one with the yellow, not this one, but the one with. Are there any questions? I was saying, I'm sorry, missed you, Director Ward. Sorry. The two W's are sitting next to one another.
And this is more of a comment, I think, than a question, but something I've heard at the Arkansas Basin Roundtable multiple times is that agriculture, especially the ditch companies, are really struggling with aging infrastructure. You know, in the Arkansas Valley, most of the ditches are close to 150 years old. They have siphons, you know, and flumes to carry water under and over creeks, and those are starting to fail. And they just like to see as much funding as possible be made available for those kind of uses. And one of the things I wanted to point out, the difficulty sometimes with the water plan grant is the idea that it needs to be multi-purpose, and which I understand. I mean, we're trying to put money out there that benefits the broader public, But I think there's a lot of data to support that Coloradoans value irrigated agriculture. And so to the extent we're strengthening irrigated agriculture, I think there is a wide public benefit, even if that particular piece of infrastructure is not something that people can go play on or whatever.
Comment. I think we have heard that as well. And one thing I will say with the water plan is that the grant program gives preference to multi-beneficial collaborative projects. It doesn't exclude other projects, so people can still apply. They just might not be as competitive. And that's where really working with partners across other sectors in some fashion to think differently about how we do things is really what we're aiming for with the Water Plan Grant Program. And for entities where, that's just one of the grant programs, but we also want to highlight our loan program as an option for folks that might not be the best fit for the Water Plan Grant Program. But I do hear what you're saying. Thanks.
Janine, I appreciate the varied methodologies to look at it. One thing that I've always, in any time we're trying to start using past data to forecast our future, we get caught in a bind because we've set a limit and we have a really good project that comes in that's going to take a third of that capacity. It won't rank as high as being able to do 15 projects in the same fund. And so then we start biasing a little bit because of how we've structured it. And to Director Ward's point, in ag, we're in a very tough position. I do not want you to think I'm using your words against you, but when you say we want people to start looking at it a little different, those of us in production ag don't want you to tell us to look at it different, because this is 6 generations of a farm, and so you feel that you're disadvantaged in that. And I'm being tongue-in-cheek there, right? I understand the intent. And so I would like to see, I appreciate you saying we have the flexibility, but when we look at these groupings, I look at the engagement and innovation, and I think on a year like this, do you think we have enough there? Just because we're going to look at some big partnerships, we're going to have to look at some changing, we're going to see, like, you look at all the programs that got stood up all across the state after 2002, and all those, all those things that happened. I would just like to make sure that as a staff, if we don't look at a program that it fits perfectly into one of these categories, we definitely bring it forward for some evaluation on its face value, even if the funding and stuff doesn't work, because I don't want to see us devolve this down so that statistically we're serving more projects, we're serving more. I want to make sure we're doing the right thing with the money, even if it is just 1 or 2 agriculture projects or 1 or 2 innovation projects on the water sharing on something like that. So I think you've done great work and I appreciate it. And I really appreciate your dedication to looking at multiple methodologies. So thank you.
Anyone else? I'm really pleased to see the watershed health with recreation, but watershed health is where our water comes from. And so particularly in these tough times, that's also very important to have attention on that.
If I may respond to Director Coombs, do you have a proposal that you would like to put forward? Because this is the board's prerogative of putting more in innovation and engagement, and where you would take that from?
So I guess it seems that a lot of our innovation is going to be happening on where the water rights are held in agriculture. And so then they're competing against themselves. We're seeing a lot of, in the San Luis Valley, we're seeing a lot of interest in trying to cap some of these energy costs that the farmers are facing. And so they're looking at more solar and they're looking at more of those types of things. That is something that, because solar's been around, does it really qualify for the innovation? And so then we look at grants, we look at all these other things for ag. And I would like to make sure if we're looking at innovation, we're looking at anything that's innovative to that area, not just in general for the state, what they haven't. I don't think we want to be only looking at things we haven't seen before. I think we can look at things we've seen before that we're proving to work is still innovative for that area. And I'm pro ag, right, all the way around, and I just don't want to see us compete with ag on those projects because, to Director Ward's point, the demand is huge on our infrastructure. So I don't have a criticism, I don't have an adjustment. I just want to reiterate the flexibility that we all need to put into these as projects come forward.
Yeah.
How they're going to really affect, and I'm just rambling at this point because I don't have a project, but I don't want us to diminish any one of them at the expense of the other, because the watershed health is the beginning, but then that tends to put a lot of money up to getting water down that then we can't utilize. And so I don't want to,
I appreciate that.
Get the cart before the horse there.
And I do think with the engagement and innovation category, we tend to get more things on the engagement side of the category and less on the innovation. So I think we would all be really supportive of continuing to foster those. We also do have other grant programs like the PEPO program that there's opportunities for as well. So I appreciate that.
Okay. Director Haas?
Yes, thank you for this. So along these lines, help me understand, how rigid is this? I mean, are these goals and targets, and you all can make a judgment call of like, wow, this is a year where we need to really foster innovation and we've got these amazing grants. So that's kind of one question. And related, do these grants all have to come through the Basin Roundtable? So is there, I mean, already you're kind of sorting before they get to you. They've already gone through some public vetting, but I'm just trying to understand the process. So like, how much flexibility do we have once the year is underway?
Yeah, you bet. Great questions. I will address them in the order that you asked them. So the first one is around flexibility and kind of like, why are we doing this? So in terms of how we use this information goes up on our website and gets pushed out to potential applicants. It's really a signal to them to say, okay, here's how much money is in this category, and helps people figure out where they want to apply. It also helps staff with that outreach to say, okay, we have a lot in this area, let's make sure to get that outreach. I think the final piece is we really rely on this in the review of the applications. And so when we're going through the grant review process, we have been doing a category-specific review, doesn't meet the criteria, gets scored through there. And then if you think back, then it goes to all of the technical leads, take a look at everything, and just make sure we're not missing anything. And the first pass of that is trying to stay within these buckets. However, if you think back to last year, we did not have enough demand in the storage and supply category that met the criteria. And so we were able to say, okay, we can use this additional funding for these other high impact projects, and those kind of competed against each other. So that's really how we're using it. But that's the first piece. The second piece is unlike WSRF, the Water Supply Reserve Fund grants, those must receive a recommendation from the roundtables. The Water Plan Grant Program, we highly encourage folks to get a letter of support from the roundtables, but it is not a requirement to apply. With the timing and yeah.
Just going to respond to that as well and say that these are meant to be target allocations, and that I think hypothetically, if we were to get just like an amazing application that needed more funding than we had available, that we could come to the board and ask for those amounts to be adjusted.
Yeah.
In addition, you recall a question I had asked last year was about, since these are multi-benefit projects, you have more than one category that a particular project might fit in. So do you use that flexibility as well as you're sorting out what to fund?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of the overflow, I'm glad you're bringing this up again. There's a couple things that we consider that I want to clarify as well. So we have these primary grant categories. Sometimes it's the multi-benefit is in the grant categories very squarely. Other times it might be not as squarely in one of those categories. So it's not as simple as this is the secondary one and tertiary. We also are trying really hard to match up the dollars available with the grant ask and the competitiveness of the project. And so we're trying to consider all of those factors because we don't want to, say someone comes in for $1 million grant and we have $100,000 left over, that project is not going to be successful with that. So I'm trying to take into account all of those factors as much as possible.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Oh, there it is. I was, as you were saying, impatient. It wasn't working this quickly. So I guess the one thing that kind of come to mind here, I think it was the last meeting before we approved some money for a conservation easement, and I think that came under an ag category. But I thought, maybe it goes under conservation, and I can't remember what you guys used. Split tasks where you could actually use two categories?
Possible. We did do that in the past when the allocations were specific to, or the appropriations were specific to each category to try and make that work with some of the projects. We would take $500,000 from this category and match it with $500,000 from this one. From a tracking standpoint, it made it really difficult. So it is possible, but I think if that were the case, we would prefer to figure out where the primary benefit is and just go from there and flex within that as needed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Janine.
Thank you. Thanks for the discussion. Oh, and actually, did we do the motion?
We did not. Thank you.
I was like, oh, wait.
This is an action item. So you're dealing with a new board chair. I'm sorry.
No, here, I'll put it up.
Director, I would move for staff recommendation on item 5, agenda item 5.
Thank you, Director Coombs. Thank you, Director Cloud. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. To item 6, Ben Wade, Water Supply Reserve Fund applications.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff, presenting agenda item 6. And at our February 1 deadline, we received 7 applications. As always, those are always recommended from their respective roundtables. And staff has recommended approval for all 7 proposals. We got 3 on the docket today. Thank you for approving the 2 on the consent agenda. And the last 2 grants, we didn't include it in this director's report, but we will be sending those to Director Riss, and we'll include that in the July director's report. So we'll move to item 6A. Patient. Oop, too impatient. Okay. Agenda item 6A is an application from the town of Pagosa Springs. And as you all remember, last year, Pagosa Springs, as well as many other communities, experienced severe drought conditions, but Pagosa Springs experienced their 3rd largest flood in October. And since then, they've been busy rebuilding from the damage caused by that flood. And so the town will use WSRF funds on 2 areas. First one is to stabilize the 6th Street embankment. So they'll combine structural materials like rock armoring at the bank toe, as well as natural approaches like bioengineering and revegetation to ensure resilience against high flows, while also maintaining natural river function. And then the second area is a donut hole recreational feature. And to restore that, large sediment deposits will be removed behind their town hall, and this will enable that recreational feature to withstand future high and low flow events, sustaining its function for river rec and aquatic habitat and floodplain safety. The town is using NRCS funds as well as State Office of Emergency Management funding as match. They're also pursuing other funding option for the recovery efforts. So for this one, I'm available for any questions the board may have on 6A. From the Carroll Davidson Partnership doing business as Yellow Jacket Ranch. They are a private rancher near the town of Meeker. They've been ranching since 1987. This project focuses on the D&E Reservoir, an earthen dam built back in 1899 on Milk Creek in Rio Blanco County. And this reservoir stores 1,011 acre-feet of water, and that provides late season irrigation for about 750 acres of grass hay. And across 2 different ranches, it also generates later season return flows for Milk Creek, and it's a public recreation site within the White River National Forest. They currently are deemed conditionally satisfactory by the Division of Dam Route Safety because of a failed outlet pipe, which was last repaired in 1956. And since then, it's been broken and heaved in multiple locations. So a failure to repair this pipe is going to result in some mandated storage restrictions for the reservoir. So they'll use our grant funds to purchase materials and use it for construction to repair the outlet works. New components will be including a concrete inlet structure, control gate, gate stem, hand wheel will be installed on this rehabilitation on this reservoir, and it'll be available for any questions the board may have on 6B.
Match coming from?
Oh, the match is coming from the rancher, from the Yellow Jacket Ranch.
Thank you.
Yes. C is an application from the Center for Snow and Avalanche Studies. This is a 501c3 that conducts snowpack monitoring, dust on snow research, and provides data projects for water managers across the state. This particular application has two components. The first one is their typical dust on snow monitoring. So they have 11 sites that they monitor dust on snow conditions and observing, dust presence, severity, and location, and that's used by water managers for stream flow forecasting in near real time. And then the second part of their scope of work is the feasibility of a new technology. And so this task is to collaborate with researchers to assess the viability of a little cosmic ray neutron rover, I shouldn't say little, cosmic ray neutron rover. And this potential mobile measurement technique could offer a lower cost alternative for determining snow water equivalent. Our grant funds will be used for fieldwork, data processing, reporting, and feasibility analysis. One thing we did want to bring up for the board's awareness is that, and just in alignment with the conflict of interest policy, there's a CWCB staff member who is currently on the center's board, but they did not participate in the review of the application or influence staff recommendation, and they will not be the project manager for the grant moving forward. Just want to make that known. And I'm available for any questions on 6C.
Motion to approve these 3 applications? Item 7, in-stream flow appropriations.
Good morning. Congratulations, Chair Vasquez, Vice Chair Camblin, and thank you so much, Director Cloud, for your service. For the record, I'm Marielle Seidel, CWCB staff, and this is agenda item 7A. Final action on 2026 new appropriations in Water Divisions 1, 2, 6, and 7. And this is going to be an action item, so at the end of this presentation, I'll be requesting you to take action on our recommendation. Pretty relaxing, calm stream picture up on the screen while I go through some dates and actions that we took for these in-stream flow recommendations. And then I'll remind you that on January 27th, 2026, the board forwarded its intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on 8 stream segments recommended for in-stream flow water rights by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Pursuant to Rule 5D of the rules concerning the in-stream flow and natural lake level program, notice of this action was sent to the in-stream flow subscription mailing list on February 3rd, 2026. And this notice, among other things, provided parties with all the details for deadlines for filing a notice to contest, which was due to the CWCB no later than March 31st. So during this notice and comment period, Rio Blanco Ranch did file a timely notice to contest 4 of the appropriations in Division 6 for stream segments with lower termini that were on the ranch. These streams were Bear Creek, Big Fish Creek, Houskins Creek, and Picket Pin Creek. I should say, and I'm still on Big Fish Creek right now, I should say that CWCB staff's council, and Rio Blanco Ranch's council worked to create mutually agreeable terms and conditions to address the ranch's concern prior to the April 10th deadline to send notice to the ISF subscription mailing list, and that these executed stipulated agreements were signed on April 9th, 2026 for each of these recommendations. So at that point, the notice to contest was withdrawn. Be patient with this clicker. So today, staff will be requesting that the board make the determinations that the 3 findings for these appropriations are met. And now these are, again, that a natural environment exists, that the natural environment will be preserved with the water that is available for the appropriation, and that finally, no material injury will be caused to other water rights. So the executive summaries supporting these findings can be found on our website and includes staff supporting data, along with CPW's recommendation letters and documentation. Stream segments here. We have East Fork Roaring Creek, which joins in Division 1, which joins Roaring Creek before it hits the Poudre River. In Division 2, we have Cottonwood Creek in the Arkansas headwaters, which is upstream of West Cliff. In the North Fork of the White Headwaters in Division 6, we have Bear Creek, Big Fish Creek, Houskins Creek, Lynx Creek, and Picket Pin Creek. And then in Division 7, we have Pando Creek, which is going to be a tributary to Cascade Creek before it flows into the Animas River. These reaches are available. You can view these reaches and the details of them on Map Viewer, on Google Earth, which you can find both on our website. And I'm going to give you 2 slides of tables. So this is going to be the tables detailing the ins and outs of these recommendations, the flow rates, the watersheds. And I will point out that this table and the second slide of this table are going to be identical to the one provided in staff's memo. In staff's memo as attachments A through D, the agreed upon terms and conditions between CWCB and Rio Blanco Ranch for Bear Creek, Big Fish Creek, Houskins Creek, and Picket Pin Creek appropriations. Recommendation now, and this one is also identical as the one in your memo. But I'll just summarize it here. Staff is going to be requesting that the board make the determination that the 3 findings have been found for these streams. Staff's recommendation that staff requests the board to establish January 27th, 2026 as the date of appropriations for these ISFs. That staff also asks the board to include the terms and conditions that I just spoke of with Rio Blanco Ranch in the 4 stream segments. And then finally, direct staff to work with the AG's office to file these applications by the end of the calendar year. So I am available for any questions, and I thank you.
On the in-stream flow with Rio Blanco Ranch, I've talked to them a couple of times in the county, and I just wanted to make it public knowledge that that I did visit with them. I think the county's concerns were area, whatever, they're having a hard time with augmentation water. I mean, those restrictions were put on them, and it's the same with where I live is. Well, I'm supposed to have augmentation water or whatever, but I can't buy that from somebody. It's just not available at this point in time. And they have the same problem. And so augmentation water was a concern of theirs. And then the other concern was possible storage, in the future or whatever, and what that looks like. And so I just wanted to comments because I was asked to.
Okay.
And so just so you're aware, I would like to discuss, and I talked to Rob a little bit about that. I wrap my brain around that augmentation piece a little bit there because that is something we're going to have to be careful with.
Passing on the county's concerns. I appreciate that, Vice.
Director Combs.
So Director Kemlin, are there concerns? How is the augmentation the concern because these water rights are getting tied up and wouldn't be available for future augmentation or storage, or what is the specific concern relative to?
That's what I understand is that because we do not have a venue to buy augmentation water yet as of this point in time, that the in-stream flows would take precedence over that augmentation water. And so, like I said, I've got to wrap my brain a little more around that. But that was what I understood was that, it might make augmentation water harder to get. Like I said, they've got to have an augmentation water. So in other words, if somebody drills a new well and they can't get augmentation water, if the stream goes under administration, fall down if they don't have augmentation water. And so that could leave a household without water.
Comments. Can we assume that this is information but not information that wasn't already dealt with between the staff and the ranch?
I understand from both sides is that, that they have come to an agreement or whatever. I think that the county did want me to mention that there was concern there or whatever. And from what I understand is Rob and those guys are going to actually go down and have a meeting with them, which, communication is key. And so I think that's really good. I'd ask that I be there when you guys do that.
Of course.
And so, yeah, kudos to you guys to sitting down and making sure everything works. But yeah. Yep.
Any other comments or questions? Approve these 7 in-stream flows? All in favor? Aye? Aye. Any opposed? It passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
In-stream flow acquisition.
For the record, I'm Lisa Brightunger, CWCB staff. This presentation is about implementing an acquisition that is a renewable temporary lease for a storage water right released from a reservoir to an existing in-stream flow reach It is Agenda Item 8A to implement an approved lease of Stagecoach Reservoir releases for in-stream flow use on the Upper Yampa River Water Division 6. Required on this item at this meeting. The board procedures for an already approved lease only require this one meeting to approve implementing and funding the lease. Map that shows the Steamboat Springs area and below, whoops. Location map that shows the Steamboat Springs area, and below the city is Stagecoach Reservoir and the existing in-stream flow reach. About the structure of the lease and the associated agreements. The Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District owns storage water rights in Stagecoach Reservoir. Upper Yampa has executed a 10-year water supply contract allowing the Colorado Water Trust to lease water stored by Upper Yampa in Stagecoach Reservoir. Then in turn, the Colorado Water Trust entered into a 10-year water delivery agreement with the CWCB that permits the Colorado Water Trust to sublease the leased Stagecoach water to the CWCB for in-stream flow use. The temporary in-stream flow sublease was already implemented in 2024 and 2025. Today, we are recommending the board to implement the third consecutive temporary in-stream flow lease and approve funding for 2026. Statute, the temporary in-stream flow lease may be implemented up to 5 years in a 10-year period. Releases may be up to 120 days in each calendar year, and leases may not be implemented in more than 3 consecutive years. The implementation of this lease would be for the third time in 3 consecutive years, meaning next year in 2027, we would not be able to implement this lease, but there are still 2 years remaining on the lease, which will expire June 1st, 2032. Flow needed on the Yampa River below Stagecoach Reservoir. There are several benefits of releasing the leased water from Stagecoach Reservoir. First, it will be used for the Upper Yampa for hydropower generation. Secondly, releasing increased flow rates will preserve and sometimes improve the natural environment by enhancing habitat conditions for sport and native fish. And lastly, sometimes the leased water can be made available for additional downstream beneficial uses. For example, in previous years, the Colorado Water Trust utilized the leased Stagecoach water to increase flows downstream of the in-stream flow reach through the city of Steamboat Springs, improving conditions for aquatic habitat and recreation on the Yampa River. Complete this transaction. Upper Yampa for 2026 determined the price per acre foot of the leased Stagecoach water is $56.32 per acre foot. Upper Yampa has offered 3,600 acre feet this year for the lease. To give you some perspective, last year 5,100 acre feet were offered. The total cost for the lease would be $202,752 for the 3,600 acre feet. Lease would come from the construction fund. Policy 19 establishes the priorities and procedures for expenditures of the CWCB construction funds, and all Policy 19 requirements have been fulfilled. It should also be noted that these funds would come from the budget year starting July 1st, 2026. Is that the board should, 1, direct staff to implement the 2026 temporary in-stream flow lease with the Colorado Water Trust, and 2, authorize an expenditure of $202,752 from the 2026-2027 construction fund for 3,600 acre-feet of Stagecoach leased water.
Not a question, just a quick comment. I had the privilege of going on the Upriver Awareness Project. Just got off yesterday, put on by Friends of the Yampa and American Rivers and ORS, and got an earful about the importance of this lease. And so got to learn a lot more about the intricacy and just the importance of the community and whatnot. So deeply fascinating and great to hear from the community up there, just the impact that this has. Just want to say that.
Director Coombs. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'll speak a little bit more to that tomorrow in my director's report. But
Director Coombs.
They were just kind of wondering, what's the plan for 2027? With the critical nature of this and the dependence of it, where we only have 3 and then we've only got 2 more for the next 7 years.
Right, and we're not allowed by statute to run it more than 3 consecutive years. So the plan is possibly to look at doing another lease and maybe doing a reservoir release to a reach of a stream without an existing in-stream flow. So we might start another lease and kind of alternate between the 2.
So we would start another lease with the same entity?
Yes.
Just a new contract with the new, probably the 5 out of 10 terms again?
Something similar, yes.
Right on.
Thank
Okay,
you for the
thank you.
question.
Any other questions? Just a question for information. What's the total volume stored, maximum stored in Stagecoach? What % is this?
Oh, that, I'm not sure of that, and I don't know if Blake is online right now and could answer that. You know?
Sorry, it wasn't meant to be a trick question.
Okay, yeah, I don't know this, yeah.
I can learn later.
Okay, thank you, or I can look it up and let you know.
It's okay.
Okay.
Fine. I'm sorry.
Based on, sorry, that was much louder than intended. Based on Upper Yampa's website, the total storage capacity at Stagecoach is about 36,000 acre feet.
The storage. Is to vote on 8A separate from 8B?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve 8A?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Campbell. Do I have a second? Director Ward, Dr. Ward, there we go. Any more discussion? Very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
CWCB staff, this is agenda item 8B, expedited loan of water from the Colorado River Water Conservation District for in-stream flow use on the Colorado River Water Division 5. This is an action item. I would like to thank the board for allowing me to turn in my memo. Just a couple of days ago, the information on this project has been quickly evolving. It's been a dynamic project trying to work with lots of different issues still up in the air. So I appreciate that availability. First, I want to start out with a little background on this project. Earlier this year, the River District approached CWCB staff regarding a potential in-stream flow project aimed at mitigating the impacts of an unprecedented low snowpack and projected low flow conditions in the Colorado River Basin. The water supply conditions in 2026 are expected to be worse than those experienced in the drought year of 2002. As a result, forecasts indicate that the historic users pool in Green Mountain Reservoir will fail to fill for the first time in history. This will result in a longer and deeper administrative call in the basin, resulting in potential curtailment of domestic, municipal, and irrigation water users who have relied on the HUP water to continue operations. This project seeks to avoid that situation where the HUP operating criteria and non-curtailment provisions are declared inoperative, and this project will also provide in-channel benefits to several reaches in the Colorado River and its tributaries. 2026, the River District submitted an offer letter to provide water to the CWCB pursuant to an expedited ISF loan that it currently controls in Rudai and Wolford Mountain reservoirs. The River District currently controls and has available 15,011.8 acre feet in both reservoirs of uncontracted supplies. Rudai Reservoir has 10,299 and Wolford Mountain Reservoir 4,712. Of this amount, the CWCB is seeking to contract up to 9,475 acre feet. On in this map, I apologize, but I wanted to show you some of the big picture of this entire project. First, in the upper right-hand corner, you can see Wolford Mountain Reservoir, which is an on-channel reservoir in Muddy Creek Basin, and it will provide loan water to Muddy Creek and then to several currently decreed in-stream flow segments on the Colorado River. These segments are part of the Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic Alternative Management Plan. Additionally, 2 segments of the Colorado River that do not currently have decreed ISF rights may benefit from this water. One, the Colorado River from the Shoshone Power Plant discharge outlets to the Roaring Fork River confluence, and second, the Colorado River between the Roaring Fork River confluence to the Cameo diversion. Rudai Reservoir is also an on-channel reservoir and is in the Frying Pan Basin. You can see that in the bottom right-hand corner of this map. Releases will provide loan water to decreed ISF segments on the Frying Pan and Roaring Fork River, as well as a segment of the Colorado River just mentioned between the Roaring Fork River confluence and the Cameo diversions, which do not currently have an in-stream flow water rate. All the loan water then will be rediverted at around the Cameo diversion for additional consumptive uses. Identify the 6 existing decreed in-stream flow water rates held by the CWCB, separated out by which reservoir release would be providing the in-stream flow benefits. Meeting the decreed flow rates will preserve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. The CWCB staff requested Colorado Parks and Wildlife to develop flow recommendations on 2 reaches of the Colorado River that may benefit from loan releases that do not currently have a decreed ISF rate. The analysis is contained within the recommendation letter provided by CPW as an attachment to staff's memo. So modeling previously conducted in 2 representative reaches of Glenwood Canyon below Hanging Lake using the in-stream flow incremental methodology, or IFIM, were used to quantify the reach in Glenwood Canyon downstream to the Roaring Fork confluence. CPW recommends 1,250 to 3,000 CFS from May 1st through September 30th to preserve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. There is also limited information directly quantifying in-stream flow targets on the Colorado River downstream of Glenwood Springs and upstream of the 15-mile reach. Given this limited information, CPW believes it's appropriate to extrapolate the Glenwood Canyon biological flow targets, consider the influence of major tributary inputs like the Roaring Fork River, and use professional judgment expertise of CPW aquatic biologists. Using this expertise, CPW recommends that 1,700 CFS to 3,250 CFS from May 1st to September 30th will preserve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. Both native and cold water sports fisheries. Native species include small-bodied sculpin and dace and large-bodied bluehead sucker, flannel-mouthed sucker, round-tailed chub, along with federally endangered Colorado pike minnow and razorback sucker. Cold water sport fish dominate the upper, colder reaches, while native species become more prevalent downstream. CPW manages the river from its headwaters to Rifle for cold water sport fish, and critical habitat for pike minnow and razorback sucker begins at the Highway 19 bridge in Rifle. CPW's State Wildlife Action Plan designates the bluehead sucker, flannel-mouthed sucker, and round-tailed chub, also known collectively as the 3 species, as Tier 1 species of greatest conservation need, along with the federally endangered pike minnow and razorback sucker. The upper portions of the Colorado River support several trout species, including native Colorado River cutthroat trout, which is also a species of greatest conservation need, and introduce brown trout, rainbow trout, and brook trout, as well as mountain whitefish. The Frying Pan and Roaring Fork rivers have been designated as gold medal waters. So the value to the fishery is great there. Position for this project will be a one-year expedited loan of water for decreed in-stream flow reaches under 3783-105, and for the 2 reaches for which the CWCB does not hold existing decreed ISF water rights in accordance with 3683-105-1C1. Under this method of acquisition, the water can only be used for up to 120 days in a single calendar year. The loan period would begin when the state engineer approves the loan. And if the expedited loan is approved, the applicant may not reapply for additional expedited loan of the subject water rights in future years. They would have to go through the renewable loan process, and the expedited process wouldn't be unavailable to them. River District's uncontracted water supplies are currently held by the district's Water Supply Enterprise and Capital Fund at a water marketing rate of $61.80 per acre foot. Staff recommends the board authorize an expenditure of up to $585,555 at that rate of leased water for a combination from the CWCB Construction Fund and the Species Conservation Fund to implement this temporary loan of 9,475 acre feet. As part of this project, the district will also provide a cost share match of $342,000 and $186 for the remaining 5,537 acre feet. All the Policy 19 information requirements has been fulfilled by the information included in staff's memo and CPW's letter of recommendation and the district's offer letter. The presentation, this is intended to be a multi-beneficial project. In-channel benefits will preserve the natural environment to a reasonable degree above the cameo diversion for decreed in-stream flow reaches and for the 2 reaches that don't currently have an existing in-stream flow water right. The River District's request for an emergency substitute water supply plan to address emergency situations by releasing water for domestic and municipal users that lack supplies due to the lack of physical fill at Green Mountain Reservoir, causing the allocation of no water to the reservoir's dedicated contract pool, and the imminent exhaustion of limited supplies forecasted and available in the historic users pool, along with augmentation plans with insufficient augmentation coverage for an expected senior call in May and June. And finally, it will provide critical irrigation supplies that will help benefit HUP beneficiaries throughout Water Division 5, as well as irrigators in the Grand Valley and beneficiaries of the SILT project. The next steps would be to prepare and submit the necessary documentation to the state engineer's office. That would commence a period of 15 days for public comment to be filed with the engineer's office. Then the state engineer would have an additional 10 days to approve or deny the proposed loan after the comment period has ended. Staff will also provide written notice to the Division 5 Substitute Water Supply Plan notification list and publish notice of the proposed plan in the appropriate legal newspaper in the county which the loan will be implemented and from which the loaned water has been historically used. And finally, provide notice to all persons on the ISF subscription mailing list for the relevant water division. Is to ratify the CWCB's director's decision to accept an expedited temporary loan of water from the Colorado River Water Conservation District for in-stream flow use in the Colorado River and several of its tributaries. Second, to authorize a total expenditure of up to $585,555 from the CWCB Construction Fund and Species Conservation Trust Fund to implement this temporary loan of up to 9,475 acre feet. Finally, to make findings for stream reaches without existing in-stream flow water rates that flows of 1,250 to 3,000 CFS will preserve the natural environment to a reasonable degree on the Colorado River from the confluence or from the Shoshone Power Plant discharge outlets to the Roaring Fork River confluence, and that 1,700 CFS to 3,250 CFS will preserve the natural environment
to a reasonable degree for the stretch from the Roaring Fork River confluence to the Cameo diversions. Flow recommendations for both these would last in the period of May 1st through September 30th. So that's all I have for the presentation, but I would like to invite Andy Mueller from the River District to say a few words about this project as well.
Thank you, Rob. I really just wanted to alert the board that myself and some of our technical staff, along with Amy Moyer, are present and certainly happy to answer questions. But I want to just say that we, like the rest of the state, the Colorado River Basin is experiencing a truly historic drought, and safeguards that we put in place more than 80 years ago are failing at this point in time. The Green Mountain Historic User Pool has never not filled. It provides protection for domestic and agricultural water users in Western Colorado. And this is a creative solution that I have to commend the staff at the CWCB for their willingness to work with us and collaborate with us to find solutions for both the in-stream flow needs and the needs of our domestic and municipal users, as well as our agricultural users. It's an effort to really prop up the river at a time where there's just no flow expected during these months. And really appreciate not only the CWCB's in-stream flow staff and their collaboration and creativity, but also the Division of Water Resources has been actively engaged in this and really helpful in formulating this plan and putting it together. So just want to, and of course CPW as well. So that it's been a real collaborative effort from a group of state agencies in our district, and just want to appreciate that collaborative approach. Thank you.
Questions for Rob or Andy?
Surprise. Yeah, a question, maybe this is for Andy. So we had our State of the River meeting the other day, and there was a slide related to all the water entities in Summit County that could be called out because of the historic users pool. And I think you all got a class on Colorado River administration during the Shoshone hearing, but I think it would be helpful, Andy, if you could speak to just the number of entities, like municipal providers, that could be impacted by this if we aren't able to do something like this.
Yeah, thank you, Director Hawes. I appreciate that. It was frankly a bit of a shock to those of us at the River District that the domestic and municipal providers that are covered by the HUP for their what would otherwise be out of priority depletions in the Colorado River number somewhere, and it's approximate because oddly enough, we don't have a perfect list, but it's about 250 municipal and domestic entities. And anywhere from the town of Silverthorne, Ute Water, Eagle River Water and Sand, down to medium and small subdivisions and municipal water providers from Grand County all the way through Garfield County and into Mesa County and up in Summit as well. It is the historic user pool, just by way of history, was created. First of all, Green Mountain Reservoir was created as a compensatory storage vessel for the West Slope when the Colorado Big Thompson project was built. And it was intended to make sure that the West Slope had water supplies despite the depletion of water at the headwaters for its growth and its existing water users. After the 77 drought, the Bureau of Reclamation and water users in the state got together and quantified what amount of water out of the West Slope's portion in Green Mountain would be needed to cover these historic users that had agricultural and domestic users between the 1912 and 1977. And it was determined at that time that it was approximately 66,000 acre feet. That 66,000 acre feet has, until this year, always filled and always been available. And so it's been used as an augmentation source to protect those water rights, those historic users from being called out by the more senior Cameo call and the more senior Shoshone call. So it's been a really effective use of water and foresight by people back in the 30s and 40s. Unfortunately, this year's drought exceeded all expectations. And so this is a way to allow the state and the district to step in and help protect those water users. I will say one of the things we're asking of our domestic and municipal water providers that are in this group of protected water users is to ask their water users to go down to once a week outdoor water use. And we at the district don't have any authority to enforce that, but we are getting that message out. As Director Hawes said, we mentioned this in our State of the River and Silverthorne. Some people are completely on board. Others, as I think you all might know, are greatly offended by the idea that somehow their outdoor water use is not highest and best use of that water. But at this point in time, our perspective at the district is that every drop of water we put on our lawns in the Colorado River Basin is a drop that won't serve the fish in this very hot and dry summer that we're expecting, nor will it go to local food production. And so we're really trying to help people prioritize and understand their relationship to their water supply and the rivers that feed them. So we really appreciate the opportunity to do this.
I just want to stress to the board, I think this is a really good opportunity and it's creative. It checks multiple boxes. I know that, this is a unique circumstance where we have these reservoirs, we have these pools available. I'm sure everyone would like to be able to do this in every basin, and maybe this can be a model for how we do these kinds of things in other basins. So just really want to, I applaud the staff and the River District and all the entities that are coming together to make this happen. So thank you.
And just one comment to build on, Director Combs' earlier comments about innovation. And so this program, the temporary loan programs, comes directly out of the 2002 drought. So this legislation was put in place to kind of help situations like 2002, where there was no framework for this kind of program to be implemented. So.
Just makes me wonder if we should be, I guess, more aware that more of these types of actions are going to come forward if we're going to continue in the drier conditions, and try and find and be more flexible in what we're doing.
I think as we move forward with these drier conditions, Director Cloud, we're going to see more projects like this that may be needed. Hopefully, a year like this will also help with the planning in the future for other options to try to alleviate the difficulties that are going to be experienced. But I would imagine as the climate conditions become drier, there will be more need for temporary or expedited loans of this sort.
Chair, so it sounds like this is set up to be both augmentation water and in-stream flow water. And so my question is, there may be particular timing that's needed for augmentation. There may be a particular timing needed for in-stream flow. Do these match up well? And to the extent they don't, which use takes precedence as far as timing of delivery of water?
That's a very good question, Director Ward. I think, from my understanding, Andy, feel free to jump in as well. Unfortunately, we're going to be in a situation where there's going to be the need of both at the same time. So there's going to be a need for in-stream flow use and augmentation use at the same time. So I don't think we're going to have to prioritize one over the other. I think the need will be there for the decreed in-stream flows not being met, and for these other two undecreed in-stream flows not being met as well.
Yeah, Director Ward, I think that's an excellent question. I like Rob, our analysis shows that we're going to have trouble meeting the in-stream flow targets at the same time that the out of priority domestic users and other users are using water upstream. So that's why I think those releases will be remarkably well timed to help both And to the extent they're not, I would just say the ongoing collaboration between the district staff and CWCB and DWR, I think we will be able to resolve that in real time as we move forward. If there turns out to be some form of conflict, which none of us expect, but if there is, we will work together to do that.
As I mentioned, the contribution of the River District and the other amount of water, that could also be an avenue to explore. If we do run into that situation, maybe that water would be used in lieu of in-stream flow water if a conflict did arise, but don't foresee that.
Just to be clear, I'm all in favor of this. I think this is the right approach. What's the plan of getting any volume of this water back in these reservoirs? If we're looking at these changes of climate, what are your conditions to recover this water? Because I'm wanting to replicate this, just to be honest with you. I think this is a good plan. I think this is an approach that could do a lot of good, but only as long as our supplies last. So what does that look like for you guys as the district to recover this water? What's your time frame? And not optimism that next year we go into the 80s. We're not going to have that water year coming. How do we recover this water to continue this?
Hey, Director Coombs, I think that too is an excellent question. Frankly, makes me not sleep very well at night thinking about depleting our storage accounts in both of these reservoirs. Wolford Mountain sits on Muddy Creek and is a pretty big drainage compared to the bucket. And so we have some pretty reasonable certainty that we'll be able to refill that reservoir within a matter of a couple of years. Rudai has had trouble filling in the last few years. And I think this year is going to be really taxing on Rudai Reservoir. That may take longer to refill, and we recognize that. Our engineering staff at the district did the analysis and came to me and our board with a recommendation that we move forward with this. In that, their perspective, which I share, is that we have storage, we have invested in storage for the benefit of our constituents and those who are water users and frankly in-channel uses. This is the time to deploy them, and hopefully we will find that matches up pretty well. I would, I guess, point out that these volumes are in both reservoirs are less than 10% of their total capacity as well. So there's a significant capacity in those reservoirs. They serve other purposes as well.
Appreciate those numbers.
You're looking for flow starting 5/1. It's now 5/20. How long do you think that this will take to put in place and be able to actually release water?
So we're hoping for the in-stream flow expedited loan to be submitted to the division and state engineer sometime early next week. And so from that point forward, it's 25 days or up to 25 days. So we'd be looking sometime into the middle or end of June.
And Chairman Vasquez, I would just say that the River District's portion of this water that we're providing can be used as soon as the stream flows start dipping, and so we can hopefully utilize our water up front. This recent cold fronts that have moved in with the precipitation have alleviated some of the immediate need to do that in the last couple of weeks, and we'll see how long that holds out. But we have a little more flexibility in terms of the release of that water.
Thanks for that. Also, a follow-up question, if I might, and that is, as you said, you can only do this once, the expedited, and so are there plans to put anything in place that would allow you to do this again?
So if we wanted to do this again, Chair Vasquez, we would have to do it through a renewable loan through the board, and that would be a 2-meeting process. We have not had discussions yet with the River District about moving forward with that, but it's something to evaluate after this year to see how it functions, and then we would be able to bring that back to the board if we think it's something valuable to do in future years too.
Thanks, Rob. Any more comments or questions? Can I have a motion to approve?
I'll move to move staff recommendation.
Do I have a second? Dr. Cloud, Robert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thanks, Andy, and to the River District for coming forward with this idea. I really appreciate your effort, and it really also shows your insight for passing your ballot initiative to even fund the community fund, and shows how everybody wants to step up. So I appreciate your board being willing to participate in that value. This comment or question is going to come from the dumb farmer part of me, is that I get mixed messages in this when we're talking about lease versus loan, right? To me, a loan is that we're going to have to repay that water. To me, it seems like we're leasing this water. So I didn't look back in statute to see if this was the program itself is identified as a loan program, but just a point of clarification for me, it really confuses me sometimes.
Yes, Director Scott, it confuses us as well, because sometimes we try to use these interchangeably, but in the rules and the statute, it does specifically say loan, even though the way we've operated in the past is that typically a loan has no payment required with it, and that a lease does, but referring just to the statutory and rules language, it's technically a loan of water, even though we'll be compensating you with money. So.
The lease. Yeah. So we have a motion, a second on the floor. Any more discussion? Hearing none. Is there a vote to approve? Please say yes. Aye. Yes. Any opposing? It's passed. Thank you, Rob.
And just to put it out there too, if there's anyone listening that has a project that they're thinking about too, feel free to come forward to me and my staff, or the Water Trust has the Request for Water program as well to facilitate some of these transactions as well. Thank you.
And proceed to trial.
Thank you. For the record, Colin Watson, CWCB staff. This is an action item. This is a request for authorization to proceed to trial in an active opposition case. It's been a while since I've presented one of these, so sometimes when I'm presenting these requests to the board, they're for cases that we have stipulated in for an outside chance we might need to participate in trial. This is not one of those situations. This is an active case. CWCB is still an active opposer. Jen Mealy is our attorney in this case, and it is looking like it's likely that we will be proceeding to trial in Steamboat Springs beginning June 1st. The hotel rooms are booked. And this trial is set for 14 days, like I said, beginning June 1st. And so generally, this application involves a change of a conditional water right, so a water right that has not yet been exercised. The water right's located on the South Fork of the White River. That's its originally decreed location. And the applicant is proposing to move the water right to 2 downstream storage locations with points of diversion over 80 miles downstream. And CWCB has a potential primary concern with that change of the conditional water right and its conveyance downstream, and also some potential concerns related to one of the proposed storage sites on Yellow Creek. And there are other opposing parties that are still active in this case, including Division of Water Resources. And it is, like I said, it's looking like pretty likely at this point that we'll be participating at trial. And Jen and I will be spending a lot of June together. And in this case, I'll be CWCB's expert witness. And so expecting to be on the stand. questions about the specifics of the case that I could answer?
Case has been in the court for a long time. Have you been negotiating, or has it just been dormant? It's a 2017 filing, it looks like.
That's correct. One of the big delays in this case is that the original applicant, I believe their name was Terra Carta, sold the water rights to the current applicant, Mahogany. And with the sale of those water rights, there was also an amended application filed. And so the combination of those, along with a lot of negotiation, we've sent many, many comment letters in this case, has resulted in this case lasting for a pretty prolonged period of time. CWCB actually filed their statement of opposition before I was staff.
Other questions, I would move that we accept the staff recommendation.
Director Coombs? Thank you. Second from Director Coombs. Any further, I thought you had a comment or question. Any further comments or questions?
Well, I'll make a comment. I do think Colin looks like an expert, so.
I did get a haircut just for this trial.
I'm sure you'll show up well for CWCB. We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed. Thank you very much. About 10 minutes past lunchtime.
Maybe we could take lunch until 1:10?
Yeah.
If I'm good?
Yeah, so a little shorter lunch than planned, return at 1:10 to restart.
Recording in
seat.
progress.
Viola's been so kind to keep me on track. Thank you very much. I'll get it when I get engaged in side conversations, yes, that are important, but get in the way. So my understanding is we're going to play a Chatfield video right now in preparation for the tour. And so we'll do that before we continue with our agenda. That's called delegating up.
Yeah, Kirk's good at that. So yeah, just a preview for this afternoon's tour. We have a slide here that we've used to just summarize what the reallocation project is. And the board historically has had quite a bit of investment, both in terms of staff time and then also financially. The project overall created over 20,000 acre-feet of new storage space that was reallocated from flood storage to water supply storage. The total cost of the project was over $170 million. The CWCB has 1,100 acre-feet of space in the project that is dedicated towards the environmental pool. And we, gosh, I don't even know, Kirk could probably tell us the number. I'm going to delegate down now. But when did CWCB start the loans with the various entities in the project? 15 years ago? Oh, 2015, yeah. So CWCB financed just about every provider in the project with a loan, and then had a number of orphan shares in the project from various participants who had backed out over the course of the reallocation process. And we spent quite a bit of time arranging the sales of those shares. So CWCB no longer has any orphans. They all have parents now. But that's just a quick summary. We had 6 borrowers at $100 million. And I apologize, this video has a lot of me talking in it. I was hoping we would run out of time, but. Given various changes happening in Colorado with regard to economic development, population growth, climate change, we knew that we needed to have more innovative water supply projects that weren't serving just one entity or meeting one need. So the Chatfield Reallocation Project uses an existing storage bucket and reallocates some of that space that was originally purposed for flood control to use for water supply. And the project did that in a way that did not require us to raise the dam or do any major infrastructure improvements to the dam itself. Chatfield Reallocation is really a novel water supply project that brought together a diverse array of partners that will serve a variety of the state's growing water supply needs. And you can do it in a way that also makes sense for the environment.
The town of Castle Rock currently is about 75,000 people. We're projected in the next 30 years or so to grow to about 150,000 people. One of the big stressors for Castle Rock has been the Deep Denver Basin Aquifer. It's been a fantastic resource for us, but it depletes very quickly and renews very, very slowly. Renewable water supplies are very critical for municipalities, particularly those in the South Metro area. So having renewable water resources from precipitation events, from the mountains, from snowmelt, and return flows that we can reuse to extinction is extremely important to us.
In my 25 years in working with the Central Water Conservancy District and growing up on a farm in the local area here, south of Greeley, we've learned over time that water is the lifeblood. It's important. And without irrigated agriculture in these rural communities north of Denver, we wouldn't be able to support the economies that we have and all of the benefits that come from irrigated agriculture.
For Castle Rock, the Chatfield project is very important in that it gives us a place to store water, not only with our return flows, but in those times of year when there's times of plenty. And that gives us the ability to store renewable water for us to use as we grow in population.
The location that we're at today is the Western Mutual diversion off the South Platte River, around 80 miles from Chatfield Reservoir. It's right in the middle of the agricultural growing area. In years like this, you can see the evidence of not having a storage component. So the Chatfield will complement existing storage projects that we have to help firm our water supply.
This is the first time that the state of Colorado has been involved in a project like this and bringing together the various interests and providing some of the seed funding for a regional project of this nature. The federal, state, local, and district partnership was really important to completing this project. Number one, because the reservoir is owned by the federal government, and so we had to go through the federal permitting process and make sure that the Army Corps of Engineers was going to approve the water participants for using that additional space for water supply needs.
The groundbreaking was in December of 2017, and it wrapped up in early 2020. But the planning went on well before that. We're one of the busiest state parks in the state. One of the commitments that all the partners agreed to early on was to leave the park open to visitation the entire time. The impact on visitation was very small. When the park was built in the mid-70s, everything was built around the current water level. To accommodate about a 12-foot vertical more water, everything had to be moved up and outside of that new high water mark. And so that was a lot of infrastructure. That was a lot of trails, that was a lot of roads, that was a lot of buildings, and a lot of utilities that had to be moved out of that. One of the impacts to recreation that we see from a higher water level is the ability for our users to spread out a little bit more. So this is going to increase the surface area of the lake a lot, allowing people to spread out more, which in my opinion is going to give them a much higher quality of an experience while they are out here using water for recreation. One of the other anticipated recreational benefits from the higher water level is more fish habitat. As the water level comes up, it's going to inundate a lot of the other areas that currently have willow and cottonwood growth. And we think that that additional habitat is really going to help increase our numbers of certain fish species, especially bass and trout.
Another great benefit of the Chatfield project was the ecological benefits, particularly along Plum Creek. There were massive amount of restoration efforts that occurred down closer to the reservoir, helped upstream here on Plum Creek as well. And to see that come to fruition and to see those restoration efforts happen just really opened my eyes, particularly as a water resources manager, of the importance of the ecological benefits that stream restoration can have.
The Central Colorado Water Conservancy District, being the only true downstream user, we make releases, or we will make releases when we get water in storage. Those releases just about all the time will benefit the river below the reservoir dam in the terms of supplementing the flow, which will help aquatic life. It'll also help the recreational needs and demands in the Denver metro area.
The mitigation areas that were created in other portions of the park are to offset the loss of impacts from the inundation in those important habitat areas. Plum Creek in the state park was actively eroding and degrading, largely due to increased sediment loads from upstream development. This was causing a significant drop in the water table, which was impacting wetlands, riparian habitat, and habitat for the Preble's Meadow jumping mouse, a federally threatened species. Mitigation activities focused primarily on restoring stream stability and stream function. This included relocating Plum Creek to its historical location, creating side channels for high flow events, installing several riffle drop structures to prevent future erosion and degradation. ERO resources, along with other biologists and engineers, will be annually monitoring these mitigation areas to assess the vegetation communities that are evolving.
The completion of this project is really a huge milestone for the state and all of the water providers because it's a one-of-a-kind project. This is the kind of model that we're looking to see other water projects around the state copy.
It really required the participation of all those entities working together, working in concert to figure out the environmental issues that were there and the needs of the users. Going for one common goal was critical in getting Chatfield over the finish line.
So that video is a little bit old, but more to come this afternoon, just to give you a flavor of what we're going to see.
Anybody have questions for Lauren on the Chatfield project?
Just hold them till this afternoon.
Hold them, okay. So instructed. Moving forward, item 10, Diane Hoppe Memorial Scholarship.
Afternoon, Anna Moss, CWCB Deputy Director.
I'm excited to present this one today. This morning, as I was kind of preparing for things, I was reflecting back on my friendship with Diane Hoppy and what a mentor she was to me. And I will never forget the first time I met her. And I think it's a testament to what an impact someone has when you actually remember that very first time. And so I met Diane. It was the 2007 South Platte Forum. And I know because it was my first South Platte Forum I ever attended. And I met her and I thought, she's really interesting. I should get to know her better. And I had the good fortune over the next few years to get to do so. So it's a privilege to get to present this scholarship in her memory today. I think a lot of you all knew Diane. She was a state legislator from, 1999 rather, to 2006. So she had a great run there, was really involved in agriculture, water resources, water rights, natural resources generally. She was also a founding member of WECO and was its very first president. So it's timely that we also have a presentation later on the WECO topic. So this scholarship was established really just to honor her memory and really support that next generation of water leaders. So it is a one-time $2,000 award to a high school senior or college freshman in Colorado. They have to attend a public institution here in the state, and they need to demonstrate a clear interest in Western water issues. And so we actually changed the application intake this year. The Denver Center is the one that manages the fund that was set up in Diane's memory. And so they have a really unique intake process that we were able to capture, I think, more eyes on the application. And so we did receive 6 applications from around the state this year. Really competitive, really interesting applications. The interests of these students ranged from engineering, water health, biodiversity, using AI to look at water footprints and how can we incorporate that into future planning. So a really interesting set of students. We did recommend student number 1. We did redact the information in your application packet just to, I guess, protect the confidentiality of minors. But this student really is an outstanding student, ranked 31st in his class, a weighted GPA of 4.26. He plans to go to the Warner College of Natural Resources at CSU, plans to major in watershed science and sustainability. Really, his application was notable for its focus on urban water efficiency, protecting aquatic ecosystems, and looking at just other environmental threats, and really showed a clear passion for this space. He's already been engaged in hands-on conservation work with Trout Unlimited, so I think he already demonstrated an interest in this field, and just an overall great leader. You saw his letter of recommendation included in your board packet too. So with that, looks like we've got the staff recommendation. Whoever did that, thank you for changing the slide. I appreciate you and happily answer any questions.
Any questions? Item, do I have a motion to approve? On the floor, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Item 11, update to the fee structure for easements within Chatfield Downstream Channel Improvement Project.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Monahan, CWCB staff, for the record, and this is agenda item 11, and this is an action item. As you may be aware, the Chatfield Downstream Channel Improvement Project is an Army Corps of Engineers flood control project along the South Platte River from the Chatfield Dam to the confluence with Bear Creek in Arapahoe County. The CWCB is the non-federal sponsor of the flood control project, and we are the primary landowner through much of the reach. And as the primary landowner, we are often receiving and acting upon requests for easements throughout the reach. The land use requests for these easements range from simple installation of drainage structures to art installations to recreational uses within the right-of-way. And each easement agreement, once approved, is subject to a fee, which is determined using one of 3 methods that are outlined in the Chatfield Downstream Channel Improvement Project fee structure document, which was last updated more than 20 years ago. The 3 methods in this document include method 1, which is the market value method and requires a real estate appraisal. Method 2, which is the impact method and uses a simple formula to calculate the fee based on the land area and the percent impact of the land use. And then method 3, which is the special use easement and allows the CWCB broad discretion to determine a fee on a case-by-case basis based on a number of criteria. CWCB staff is proposing updates to the fee structure to provide more clarity and flexibility in determining the fees for easement agreement applicants. And these updates are included as red lines to the original document, which is in the board packet. For method 1, the market value method, staff proposes a provision that staff is under no obligation to use method 1, even if an applicant has obtained an appraisal. This is important because this program does not actually have any funding to obtain an independent appraisal, and so we may not have the capacity to independently verify appraisal results. For method 2, the impact method, staff proposes a provision that would explicitly allow for proration of the percent impact depending on the easement use. So if there are multiple land uses within an easement area, staff would like the ability to use multiple percent impacts to calculate the fee. And then also for method 2, staff proposes the following inclusions in the percent impact table. Staff would like to include grass surface and or vegetative landscaping at a 5 to 10% impact. Staff would like to include unpaved surface area at a 20% impact, and staff would like to include paved surface area as an individual light item as at 50% impact. And staff is not proposing any changes to method 3 at this time. So staff recommends that the board approve these updates to the Chatfield Downstream Channel Improvement Project fee structure, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Apologies for the dry subject matter.
All about water. Thank you, Andrea. Are there any questions for her?
Recreational structures, it's a range. How do you foresee determining what value you would place when it's a range like that?
That's a good question. It's typically based on staff discretion and then board approval. Recreational structures tend to have it could be anything from a walking path to, I guess, we have an easement, quite a large easement agreement currently that is a golf course. And so it's just quite a wide range that we would like to maintain the ability to have some flexibility.
Director Johnson first, Director Combs second. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Jen.
Thank you. This probably goes without saying, but I noticed that the red line version that was included in the board packet has some comments on the side, and those would not be a part of the fee structure. We delete those before finalizing.
Yeah, I would certainly clean those up before finalizing.
And those aren't, I guess I want to say those aren't, the board isn't approving those comments, just the red lines.
Amended motion. Thank you. Thank you. What to say, Director Wind? I missed it. Please go ahead.
That's fine. Perhaps just a question. How do you see these, this new rate structure playing out? Is it going to promote certain things? Is it going to inhibit certain kinds of things? Do you see it playing in how folks view the river and improvements that won't be coming down the pike?
I don't think so. I don't think this will substantially change how we move forward into the future. It'll just give us more flexibility in allowing a wider range of potential fees for the applicants.
And are you okay? Okay, thank you. Item 12 was removed from the agenda?
Item 12 was removed. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, I thought we voted. We did before I saw Yeah, so I think we're okay on item 11. Item 12 has been removed from the agenda. Moving on to item 13. Allocation.
Elizabeth Scoder, CWCB staff for the record. I'm here to present agenda item 13, Water Education Colorado's annual allocation and scope of work review. This is an agenda item, or this is an action item for the board. The staff recommendation is to approve the proposed fiscal year 2027 scope of work for WECO. As many of you know, we have worked for many years with WECO since it was founded in 2002. We've partnered with WECO in a number of ways and have typically supported them through an annual appropriation in the amount of $150,000 from the construction fund through the projects bill. I'd like to introduce WECO's Executive Director, Juan Perez. He will speak to the details of the scope that support a number of WECO initiatives through various educational programs, outreach efforts, and operational support. We also have Brian Werner, one of WECO's board members, present here too. Thank you, Juan.
My name is Juan Perez, Executive Director with Water Education Colorado. Thank you so much for the time and for all the support that you have given to our organization over the years. I jump into the scope of work proposed for the next fiscal year. We do offer a report of last year's, which I want to walk you through it. One of the big priorities that we had in the previous scope of work was the implementation and the development of our new strategic plan. As of January of 2026, the Board of Trustees of WECO have adopted the current strategic plan. This plan was developed throughout last year, and some of the funds from the previous scope of work did support the co-creation of this plan. We engaged over 500 people across all basins, and within the documents provided to you all, there should be a link. Currently, the strategic plan is available on our website, and we are in the process to print it out and distribute it. The impact from the previous fiscal year that is included in the strategic plan, and in this slide you can see, are the number of folks and individuals across Colorado that have been impacted. Through our leadership programs, 204 people took part of all of our leadership programs, including water leaders and legislative trainings. Over 1,100 people were impacted through our educational program. This includes all of outreach, water fluency, Sustaining Colorado Watershed Conference, and many more. 151 volunteers engaged with WECO. Our membership still remain at over 991 to be exact, and over 1,300 people were reached out through all the educational leadership programs in the last fiscal year. On top of that, the biggest number, which you might be, oh my gosh, this is really large, is over 688,000 folks have been impacted through our news and publications. This includes our Headwater magazine, Freshwater News, which is also distributed through the Colorado Sun, and all of the community guides, previously known as Citizens Guides. To include our legislative workshop, we do this in partnership with CWCB as well as the Colorado Water Congress. Those are some of the lessons learned that we have had over the years. We still try to find new ways and creative ways to engage with legislators. As you know, it's a little bit challenging to educate them on water when there's an important vote happening on the floor. One of the successes was supporting Water Day, which we supported and tabled at it, and we're planning to continue to work with Senator Polo from Colorado Water Congress as well on finding new creative ways to get as much engagement as we can during the legislative session. This is not even exhaustive. There's more events that we have done, but during the last year, Public outreach includes supporting a lot of the water districts, local government, school, nonprofit, partner organizations, and so on. And so just to remind you all, we are a team of between 6 to 7. And so this is a very impressive list of events and conferences that we took part, trying to, make sure that our resources and all of our publications get accessible to a reach of all people across the state. On the previous strategic plan, we had as a big priority to engage with Spanish-speaking folks across Colorado. We have done some of the programs this winter. These are pictures from some of the events that we did in Edwards, Colorado, promoting and distributing some of the translated community guides. As of now, we have 7 out of our 10 community guides have been translated, and we have print copies. We were able to achieve, with some support from foundations, we print hundreds of those, and in the next year, part of the new scope that we're proposing is just distribution instead of just printing and updating them, because many of the guides have been already updated and with new and current data to make it more relevant. We have done a combination of like water-related event, ice fishing, snowshoeing, and so on to make sure that people can connect with water while they learn about it. Collaborative groups. We do work in partnership with the University of Denver and support some of the paper roundtables, based on roundtables and paper groups. And these are some of the events as well that we have co-facilitated and partnered with across Colorado. We always try and ensure that we have presence not just in the Front Range, but also on the Western Slope and mountain towns. Some of the numbers on leadership programs and water fluency. We graduated 30 new members. Some of the areas that they explored was Winter Park, the Upper Colorado River, Yampa, White, Green Basin. And last year was our 10th anniversary of providing this program. Just a little more details on the top picture is a class from last year, and the bottom picture is a class for the current year. The new proposed scopes include the beginning of our 2026 class was on the previous scope, and the ending is on the next fiscal year, given that we are with the state fiscal year timeline. Has been currently postponed, and this is mostly in result of experiencing challenging, as you all know, we're in a drought, a severe drought, and one of the things that we have communicated with Elizabeth and the folks at CWCB is that people have made a priority address the drought, and maybe planning a tour hasn't been as a bigger priority. So we, in coordination with CWCB, we propose to postpone the drought, giving people time to be able to co-create that, which we are doing the South Platte River this year. We are planning to do the tour in August, and we now have secured some of the tour location in order to carry a successful tour. Through the scope of work is our Headwater magazine and the complementary content. Here are just lists of some of the topics on fish, artificial intelligence, and water, which is pretty much going to print as we speak. And then the summer edition will be on real estate and water. Webinars this year, we have shifted away from like mirroring the Headwaters magazine topics because of requests from some of our members to address other more relevant issues. So we're trying to be more flexible in what type of topics we cover in our webinars. Am I doing in time? Okay. As I shared earlier, we were able to translate 7 out of our 9 community guides. Before we do translate community guides, we do go through a process to update them. This is through our publications committee. I'm sure several of you have been requested at some moment in time to help us to update, to make sure that we still provide a policy-neutral, non-advocacy voice to water issues, and make sure that our content is still relevant to Colorado waters. It's another event that we do plan in partnership with other groups, and we do have a date for this year, October 6th and 8th, and the topic is Across the Divide. I hope to see you all there. And this is obviously one of the initiatives that provide a lot of outreach. Over 200, close to 300 folks do participate of this event every year, and brings practitioners doing restoration work, water stewardship, and a lot of projects in the ground. The report from last fiscal year, this one are fewer slides, and this is just the proposed scope, which I believe was included in your package. It totals the same amount as we included last year. Instead of having a strategic plan implementation and creation, is only the implementation of the new strategic plan, 10,000 out of the 50K that we budget for it. Financial management help us to ensure that we can have a proper oversight of our financials and create annual report and do financial audit of our accounting. 7,000, maintain and update our web platform. As you know, all of our content, we try to ensure that it's accessible for all Coloradans, and having them in digital form is extremely important. And that's $8,000 for that, which total 25,000. The next task is the public outreach. As you saw, we do plenty of outreach throughout Colorado. The first subtask is a general public outreach for $20,000. Participation in collaborative groups is $8,000, 28,000 out of the 70,000 that we budget for this. Programs, water fluency includes a $12,000 support, and water leaders as $15,000 support. Our basin tour include $10,000. Even though we are postponing the tour, we're still planning to have a tour next year, hopefully in June. Hopefully we're not dealing with a drought, and we can have a quicker response from some of our partners, which total 37,000 out of 266,000 that we allocate for them. All of the content per programs, the 3 Headwater magazines for the next year. We have the topic for the one in the fall on youth education, climate change, and water, and the topics for the spring and summer are to be determined. The complementary content includes some of the webinars that I mentioned earlier, and the community guide series, which is something that we will continue with the promotion and distribution of the brand new updated Spanish version of our guide. The 60,000 out of 209,950, which total for the new scope proposal of 150,000 for you all to consider. Thank you.
I'm on the executive committee of the Water Education Colorado Board, and Alan Matlos is with me. Lisa Darling wishes she was here, but she's stuck in a board meeting this afternoon. So here, Juan, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm here also to stress thank you to the Conservation Board for the continuing funding through the years. We couldn't do it without you. And the ability to work with staff, okay, and having Elizabeth and Katie on our board of directors as well helps us keep that relationship. I'm here today just to let you know that Juan will be transitioning out of Water Education Colorado as our executive director, okay? We don't see an interruption to anything we've been doing, everything he talked about in the scope of work today. We're going to continue. We've got an excellent staff. They're all committed to carrying out everything you saw in that scope of work today, to stay on our messages, the things we do well, the water leaders, the water fluency, the headwaters, the basin tours. We're going to continue doing that without interruption. We're committed, the staff is committed to future. Our DNA continues to be increasing water knowledge throughout the state. That's why we were created. That's why you helped us get created in 2002 with, as Anna said, Diane Hoppy, who helped put that together. In fact, our President's Reception, which you'll see more about, and I know a number of you attend that each year, is coming up in October. And a couple of you are award winners or past award winners. This year, I think it's fair to say, John, I hope I'm not stepping out, but John McLeod was going to be our Diane Hoppy Leadership Award this year, okay? Robert was last year's. So Lorelei won the Greg Hobbs New Wave Leadership Award, which we renamed last year. So a lot of good talent in this room right here. As I said, we appreciate the support. I'm just here to say that we're going to continue doing business as usual. And if you have questions for me or Juan, feel free to, we're open for any questions you have.
Question, but just wanted to highlight the important work of Water Education Colorado and how critical funding from CWCB is in continuing that mission. And just wanted to thank the staff across WECO, and wanted to thank Juan as well for your service to WECO and your friendship. So thanks.
Staff.
A vote.
Correct. And approve $150,000 funding for WECO? For the scope of work, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. First from Taylor Hawes, second from Mr. Ward. Oh.
I had tried to make, yeah.
How do you look out of both sides of your head? Lorelei, you have to teach me. We have a motion and a second. Could I please have a vote to approve? I'll say. At the hour of recess.
And for those of you who are going on the tour to go see the reallocation project, Viola has arranged transportation for those who would like to hop on the bus. We're going to meet at 2:30 at the front doors of the hotel, the lobby. So feel free to change your clothes if you would like. I have no idea what it's doing outside, if it is raining or snowing. It's fine? It's great. Great, everything's fine. So we will meet at 2:30, and then after the tour, we're headed back to the side of town. And those of you that are available, we have dinner set up at Seasons 52 nearby. So we will see you shortly.